Order, please. The Honourable Member for Argyle-Barrington and the Opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I stand today with a point of order regarding your or the public gallery above. Last evening, there were a number of visitors to the gallery, but a number of them were sent away because they did not have access to the East Gallery. If anyone paid attention last night, the East Gallery was filled and blocked off by a number of Liberal staffers. I have never seen so many staffers sitting in the public gallery in a very long time, but it did not afford the opportunity for the public to come here and listen to the proceedings of the House of Assembly. So I would ask maybe, Mr. Speaker, under your authority in this House, to look at the procedures with the visiting of, or the visitors to this gallery and the access. I mean, if staffers are going to block it off, I think that's very much an injustice and very embarrassing to block off and completely take up every seat within that gallery so that they could not be here to listen to the proceedings on the floor of the Assembly. They are allowed to be here just like you guys gals are allowed to be here as well. So I was hoping that you could rule on this very important issue.
I will take that point of order under advisement, and I will get back to the House at my earliest convenience. Thank you. We'll now move on to presenting and reading of petitions. The Honourable Member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give motion that on a future day I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution.
Order, please.
Oh. I was getting up.
It's early, I know. We'll get on track here. We're on presenting and reading of petitions. The Honourable Leader of the official House Leader of the official opposition.
Thank you very much. Don't give me all that, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a petition that's entitled Repaving the Route 3 through Argyle from Argyle Head to Pubnico Head. The condition of Route 3 is in deplorable condition through the community of Argyle. From Argyle Head, Pubnico Head, many rough sections with patches over patches, and the collection of water is causing dangerous hydroplating in many spots along this road. We, the undersigned, call on the Government of Nova Scotia and the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal to ensure that this road is rebuilt and repaved as soon as possible. There are 467 signatures. I have fixed mine as well.
The petition is tabled. We'll move on to presenting reports of committees, tabling reports, regulations, and other papers, statements by ministers, government notices of motion, introduction of bills. The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Restructuring of Certain Government Departments.
The Honourable Premier begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Restructuring of Certain Government Departments.
Bill number 5, entitled An Act Respecting the Restructuring of Certain Government Departments.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Minister of Energy and Communications, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 342 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Petroleum Resources Act.
No, just sit out there. The Honourable Minister of Energy begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 342 of the Revised Statute 1989 of the Petroleum Resources Act.
Bill number 6, entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 342 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Petroleum Resources Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. We'll now move on to notices of motion. The Honourable Member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas patient care healthcare workers' concerns, and taxpayer interests are being addressed if provisions of Bill 1, an act to provide for health authorities and community health boards, that relate to the reorganization of labor relations of health authorities and their employees should be considered by this House separately from the provisions relating to the amalgamation of health authorities. Therefore, be it resolved that notwithstanding any rule or usual practice of this House, clauses 83 to 104 of Bill 1 be removed from that bill and do compose a new law, and that the new bill be entitled An Act Respecting Reorganization of Labor Relations Between Employers and Employees of Health Authorities. That the new bill be deemed read a first time, be assigned a bill number, and be ordered to be read a second time at a future day. That the Bill 1 retain the status on the order paper that it had prior to the adoption of this order, and that the Chief Legislative Counsel be authorized to make any technical changes or corrections that may be necessary to give effect to this motion, and that Bill 1 be reprinted as amended. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? I hear several noes. Motion is tabled. The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas during last year's provincial election, the leader of the Nova Scotia Liberal Party took out a newspaper ad in the Chronicle Herald, and whereas in this ad, an open letter to nurses, the leader indicated that if elected, his party would protect collective agreements for nurses. And whereas yesterday this government introduced legislation that takes away the right of frontline healthcare workers to make their own choice of who will be their voice in collective bargaining, therefore be it resolved that this House of Assembly recognize the blatant flip-flop stated by the Premier and the complete lack of respect his party and government hold for healthcare workers in Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? I hear several noes. Motion is tabled. The Honourable Member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Brian McLeod, a visually impaired resident of Truro, won the 2014 Australian Open, and whereas immediately following that win, Brian went on to win the 2014 ISPS Handa World Blind Golf Championship, and whereas John had a busy summer which included tournaments in Cleveland, Dublin, Belfast, and the Canadian Open at the Mountain Golf and Country Club, therefore be it resolved that the Nova Scotia Legislature congratulates Brian McLeod on his many accomplishments and wishes him great success in his future golf tournaments. And Mr. Speaker, I request a waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? I hear several noes. Motion is tabled. The Honourable Member for Queens, Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution.
Order, please. The Honourable Member for Queens, Shelburne has the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Evelyn Goodwin has worked nearly 2 decades for promoting awareness of mental health issues, particularly depression, and is responsible for creating and running a peer support group for people with depression called Care and Share. And whereas Ms. Goodwin organized an annual event during Mental Health Week to raise awareness and reduce the stigma associated with depression. And whereas in 2014, Ms. Goodwin received the Provincial Remarkable Seniors Award for her leadership and community service in Shelburne County. Therefore, be it resolved that the House of Assembly recognize the efforts and contributions made by Evelyn Goodwin and her work to promote mental health in our community and congratulate her on receiving the Provincial Remarkable Seniors Award for 2014. Mr. Speaker, request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? I hear several noes. Motion is tabled. The honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Not going to do it?
The honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's. The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. The Special Olympics Canada Summer Games were held in Vancouver, British Columbia from July 8th to 12th, 2014. And whereas Team Nova Scotia was represented by 79 athletes, including Sackville residents Connor Clory and Samantha Waite for athletics, Robert Deal for golf, and Tyler Cito and Justin Martel for swimming. And whereas Team Nova Scotia competed in athletics, soccer, softball, swimming, bowling, powerlifting, golf, basketball, and bocce, and brought home a total of 67 medals. Therefore, be it resolved that this Legislative Assembly congratulates Sackville residents Connor Corey, Samantha Waite, Robert Deal, Tyler Cito, and Justin Martel for their achievements at the 2014 Special Olympics Canada Games, and extend best wishes to all members of Team Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? I hear several noes. The motion is tabled. No more notices of motion. We'll now move on to oral questions put by members to ministers. The time is now 7:18. We'll conclude at 8:18. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Speaker, and good morning. Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Premier. Nova Scotians expect this government to get the health merger right. No one more so than the patients that rely on that system every day. Mr. Speaker, the health experts that we have spoken to over the last little while all say that the best way to proceed is to take it one step at a time, to ensure that there is a proper merger of health management, and then move on to realigning the healthcare unions, Mr. Speaker. And that way, there isn't too much turmoil at the same time, and patient care will always be paramount. But that's not the way the government has chosen to proceed. They've picked one bill right now, all at once, with all the turmoil that entails. And so I'd like to ask the Premier, Mr. Speaker, how can he assure Nova Scotians, particularly those that are in our healthcare system, that their care will be protected when he has chosen the most disruptive method of proceeding?
Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, the Leader of the Conservative Party suggests we're not going fast enough. Now today he accuses us of going too fast, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill is about protecting patients. It's about protecting workers, Mr. Speaker, and most of all, Mr. Speaker, it's about ensuring that this healthcare system is sustainable into the future.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his first supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, there are times when I have to say this government is a hard one to even agree with because, of course, they campaigned on a pledge to merge the health authorities. We campaigned on a pledge to merge the health authorities. We're prepared to work on getting that done, Mr. Speaker. Whether it's fast or slow is not the issue. Getting it right and protecting patients while this happens is the issue that's at question today, Mr. Speaker. And many Nova Scotians are watching as we meet here at 7 o'clock this morning, wondering what's the rush? Why all the turmoil all at once, Mr. Speaker? What is the deadline that the government has set, and why? Well, Mr. Speaker, we know that last spring the Premier brought a bill into this House that he, on the one hand, told healthcare workers would preserve their right to strike, but on the other hand, he told Nova Scotians he was ending strikes in healthcare. Fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, it turns out there is a deadline. There is another strike in healthcare coming our way very soon with Capital Health nurses. And so I'd like to ask the Premier if he will just admit to this House that the reason for the rush is that his plan on healthcare strikes from last spring didn't get the job done, and he's trying to paper that over with this bill today.
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, last spring we brought in the essential service piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker. We respected the rights of workers in this province to strike, Mr. Speaker. At the same time, we were respecting the right of patients to understand in their community they'd have core health care services no matter what happened at the bargaining table. Speaker, this piece of legislation is bringing together 9 district health authorities under one employer. Mr. Speaker, we have negotiated and talked with major unions across this province. They told us very loud and clearly they all wanted to be preserved, Mr. Speaker. That bill does that, Mr. Speaker. At the same time, it respects the collective agreements of things that workers have earned. No worker will lose, Mr. Speaker, anything. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, it makes this system sustainable in the long run.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his final supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know how the Premier can tell healthcare workers that nothing will change and tell all Nova Scotians that everything has changed all at the same time. Fact is, we want to make sure that the health merger goes through properly and correctly, in a timely manner, in an orderly way that puts patient care first and protects patient care. But causing more confusion is not the way to do that. Just on the weekend, Mr. Speaker, the government changed its position on how it's going to handle health workers' ability to organize 2 times. First, they said they're going to legislate it. Then they said, oh, no, that was a mistake. We're not going to legislate it. We're going to deal with it a different way. And now we know it's going to go to a mediator, Mr. Speaker. It creates confusion. It makes people wonder if the government actually has the ability to get this done in an orderly fashion. So my question to the Premier, Mr. Speaker, who has changed his message to healthcare workers 3 times on the weekend alone, why wasn't he just upfront with them in the first place on his plans for their ability to organize?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, very proud of the work the Minister of Health has done. I'm very proud of the work that this government has done. I'm very pleased with the work that the union leaders have done, Mr. Speaker, in supporting us to get to this point around this piece of legislation. This protects workers' rights, Mr. Speaker. It protects patients, and it protects the system.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question for you is for the Premier. Mr. Speaker, prior to the election last year, the Premier told CTV's Steve Murphy during a leaders' debate that he wanted to be remembered as someone who kept the promises he made during the election. And Mr. Speaker, prior to the election, the Premier ran an open letter in the Chronicle Herald where he specifically promised to maintain all existing health care collective agreements. And I'll table that letter, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the Premier please explain why he has broken this promise by having an arbitrator determine which collective agreements are kept and which are discarded?
The Honourable Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would encourage the honourable member to actually read the bill, Mr. Speaker. The arbitrator will determine who, Mr. Speaker, is in the 4 categories which the union leaders agreed upon, Mr. Speaker. Anything else will happen at the bargaining table, but no healthcare worker in this province, Mr. Speaker, is losing anything associated with this piece of legislation.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party on her first supplementary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's why there's nobody outside this House of Assembly, I guess. Mr. Speaker, in the same pre-election open letter, the Premier promised to respect the rights of nurses and healthcare workers. Today, Mr. Speaker, I'd say it's safe to say healthcare workers in the province of Nova Scotia aren't feeling all that respected by this government. So my question for the Premier is this: why has he chosen to throw the entire healthcare system into upheaval by forcing mergers and suspending bargaining rights instead of adopting the solutions that were provided to him by the 4 healthcare unions?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I wonder if the honourable member could enlighten this House what was actually provided by the 4 union leaders, Mr. Speaker. They were proposing the status quo, Mr. Speaker, and that is one thing when they were in government, Mr. Speaker, even that member didn't agree with.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party on her final supplementary.
Thank you very much. I believe that the 4 unions were proposing the model that's working quite well in BC, and we're very prepared to bring the collective agreements down to 4. But, Mr. Speaker, that's not the point. The point is the legislation that we now have in front of us. Mr. Speaker, in the ad that I previously tabled, the Premier promised healthcare workers that he would respect all their hard-earned rights and collective agreements. Mr. Speaker, my question for the Premier is this: how does taking away the rights of healthcare workers to determine who speaks for them respect all of their rights?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, this bill doesn't do that, Mr. Speaker. And let me be clear to the leader of the NDP party. What was brought forward by the union leaders was not the BC model, Mr. Speaker. In BC, unions come together, Mr. Speaker, in separate, and then they send one person to bargain at the table with government. What was being proposed by the union leaders is that they all come to the table, bargain on the things that they can agree with, and then we set aside side tables to negotiate the things individually. How is that any different than what we have in front of us, Mr. Speaker? What this bill is about is protecting the right that workers have earned, protecting the things that they've earned at the bargaining table. This bill will do so. It will also ensure that patients can ensure that health care services are there, Mr. Speaker, and it will ensure that the system is sustainable in the long run for all Nova Scotians.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In 2007, while in opposition, the Premier said that labour issues in Nova Scotia are not the cause of problems in our healthcare system. He explained that patients feel the problem, and I'll table that. He explained that patients feel the same problems in our healthcare system about a shortage of doctors, nurses, and wait times. He went on to say that picking a fight with our healthcare workers is not ensuring that Nova Scotians have access to the quality healthcare that they expect each and every one of us here to protect and deliver for them. So, Mr. Speaker, my question to the Premier, if picking a fight with healthcare workers doesn't protect health services for Nova Scotians, then why has the Premier put on his boxing gloves?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure where the honourable member is coming from on his question. This bill, Mr. Speaker, is about protecting workers' rights. This piece of legislation ensures that every worker will retain the rights that they've earned at the bargaining table, Mr. Speaker. At the same time, it's protecting patients, making sure the system is there. The system will be there for them in the long run. And, Mr. Speaker, to make sure it's affordable for all Nova Scotians.
Honourable Member for Argyle-Barrington on his first supplementary.
Thank you very much. On that same day, the Premier asked the then former Premier to abandon his campaign against unionized healthcare workers and get down to the real issues facing Nova Scotians when it comes to healthcare. So my question, I'll ask the Premier the same question, is high time this government thought about patients. Will the Premier get down to the real issues facing Nova Scotians in healthcare?
Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of the work that the Minister of Health has been doing in our first year in government, Mr. Speaker. We're moving forward to ensuring that health care services will be in communities across this province. Nova Scotians can expect to know what services will be there. We're working towards ensuring that we streamline administration across this province. And we're making sure, Mr. Speaker, that the system is sustainable in the long run.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader on his final supplementary.
In 2007, the Premier called a bill limiting the right to strike, quote unquote, a cure that is worse than the disease. And I'll table that as well. This government is facing their third cure worse than the disease in less than 1 year. In light of the serious issues on the minds of Nova Scotians, does the Premier think that it's time for more turmoil in our system that this bill creates?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure where the leader or the House Leader of the Conservative Party is coming from, Mr. Speaker, but little wonder, Mr. Speaker, because no Nova Scotians know where they stand on any issues.
The Honourable House Leader for the NDP Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question to the Minister of Labour and Advanced Education. Mr. Speaker, earlier in the spring, the Minister of Health said that he wanted one union to represent all nurses and didn't want workers to vote on which union they wanted to represent them, Mr. Speaker. And I will table those remarks. So that sparked a question for myself to the Minister of Labour, and the Minister's response, and I quote, "There is no legislation of this kind planned," and I will also table that, Mr. Speaker. So my question through you to that Minister, Mr. Speaker, is why does she think it's okay to tell healthcare workers one thing and do the exact opposite?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the question. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I did make those comments, but I would note that the member in question asked me if I had any plans to introduce legislation, and I did not. I further went on to indicate that I had never spoken to the Minister of Health about this issue. So that, Mr. Speaker, is why I said what I did.
The Honourable House Leader for the NDP Party.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's the first piece of information we got from this government in a long time, is that the Minister of Labour is out of the loop. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Minister of Labour, the Minister promised Nova Scotians, and I quote, "This government will respect the desires of healthcare unions in which unions they want to belong," Mr. Speaker, and I'll also table that. So I want to ask, through you, Speaker, will the Minister please explain how the government is keeping this commitment?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the question. As I indicated at that time, I had had no conversations with the Minister of Health about any potential legislation. I did know, Mr. Speaker, that this government was concerned about the concerns of health workers, and I knew that we would want to consult with them, and that's what happened during the summer. Thank you.
The Honourable House Leader for the NDP Party on his final supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, you know, it kind of amazed me when I saw the bill yesterday and I saw that everything from mediation to arbitration landed on the lap of the Minister of Health and not the Minister of Labour. Now I understand how that loop works, Mr. Speaker. It's a very small loop. So, Mr. Speaker, instead of approving Healthline care, this government is causing chaos in the very system it says it wants to protect. So through you, Mr. Speaker, when will the Minister and her government wake up and realize they've got their priorities all wrong?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, consensus was not reached during the conversations this summer. My role going forward will be to assist the parties if they need an arbitrator. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Premier. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government's political decision to outright ban shale gas development has drawn much criticism, particularly from the members of Dr. Wheeler's expert panel. In fact, one of the members, Brad Hayes, who's an expert in this area, says, and I quote, "They saw fit to impose a ban on fracturing, which was not recommended in the report, without spending even a week to carefully consider the findings and recommendations presented to them," and I will table that for the benefit of the Premier, Mr. Speaker, in a moment here. Mr. Speaker, my question is, why did the government spend over $100,000 on an expert report only to throw it out without even trying?
Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question. Let me be clear. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Wheeler and his committee went around the province, spoke to Nova Scotians. Nova Scotians came out loud and clearly, raised concerns about there was more to learn about whether or not the province of Nova Scotia wanted to have hydraulic fracturing in this province. The Minister of Energy responded, listening to those Nova Scotians. There's a bill before this House. There will be a debate about that piece of legislation, and I would encourage the Leader of the Conservative Party to actually do something he's never done. Pause, read the bill, understand what's actually happening.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his first supplementary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I actually read the Wheeler report. I've been following this with great interest. I've spent all summer speaking to many Nova Scotians who have family members working out west and wish they were here working. Mr. Speaker, I would encourage the Premier to listen to what Nova Scotia families are saying about the greatest issue of our time, which is why they're split up with so many people working out west who could just as easily be working here in Nova Scotia if the government had just a little bit of courage and take the Wheeler report at its word and take a look at something that could actually unite Nova Scotia families, Mr. Speaker. But instead, the government has sent a very clear message that this province is closed for business. That's what the bill says, Mr. Speaker. Nova Scotia is closed for business. Well, Saskatchewan is a province that is open for business. And you know what the Premier of Saskatchewan says, Mr. Speaker, and I'll just quote. He said, "Here are the incidents that we found related to fracking. Our kids are coming home. They are starting new businesses. We have jobs being created for young people." That is the experience of the province of Saskatchewan, Mr. Speaker. So I believe the Premier has a duty to at least take a look at ways to create new jobs and do something that's new for him and do something positive that actually grows Nova Scotia instead of shrinking it. So my question to the Premier is, will he explain to all those Nova Scotia families who want to be united working here at home why he has said no to one of the new ways of creating jobs?
The Honourable Premier.
Speaker, one of the things the report says, I'm not even sure we have shale gas of any quantity, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Energy, under his leadership in the department, for now over 6 months, have been doing what happened in our offshore, which is mapping Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker, to actually find out if we have the resource. The only thing the piece of legislation says, if we're going to, Mr. Speaker, do hydraulic fracturing, we should actually reach out and talk to Nova Scotians.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his final supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, unless the Premier proposes to borrow more taxpayers' money from our children and drill himself, there is not going to be any exploration on how big the resource is, that opportunity that Nova Scotians may or may not have, as long as he comes forward and says no to new ways of creating new jobs. Mr. Speaker, the Wheeler report did not say ban it, it said go slow, but go. But that's not what the government is doing. And so I will ask the Premier, did he at least explain to Dr. Wheeler and his panel why he decided so quickly to say no to new ways to create jobs?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, we're going to do what Nova Scotia's asked us to do, Mr. Speaker, is make sure that when we act, we do it right. And, Mr. Speaker, we're going to do that in this case as well.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 1 year ago, the Premier was promising his health merger scheme would save Nova Scotians $13 million in the first year alone. Last week, the Minister of Health guessed the savings might be $1 million or something. Yesterday, the Health Minister changed that figure again to be about $5 million. So my question, Mr. Speaker, to the Premier is this. Will he please explain how his Minister of Health has landed on the $5 million figure, as tenuous as that may be?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased and proud of the work that the Minister of Health done, the Department, and all Nova Scotians who have been engaged in this process of merging the 9 district health authorities. We're going from 9 CEOs to 1. We'll have a substantial reduction in vice presidents. Mr. Speaker, that money will be reused to apply, to put back into frontline health care services. Mr. Speaker, not only will this change be more cost-effective for Nova Scotians, it will make the system more accessible to all Nova Scotians.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party on her first supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, as the Premier well knows, and we all know, health care is government's single largest expenditure. It takes up close to 46% of the provincial budget, and arguably it's the biggest concern and the highest priority for most Nova Scotians. So, Mr. Speaker, I wonder if the Premier could tell us how much it costs to run the acute care system for 1 year.
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I can tell you in the last 4 years under the NDP government did nothing but rise, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, the former finance minister knew that challenge, Mr. Speaker, and did so by walking out the door. The fact of the matter is we've been given a mandate in this province to run the finances of this province to ensure that essential services are there that are required. That's exactly what we're going to do. And I believe the answer to the question is somewhere between $2 and $2.5 million.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party on her final supplementary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, the answer to the previous question is that the total DHA budget is about $1.6 billion for this year. That means $4.5 million per day, $12,464 per hour, and $207 per minute. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Health is now saying that this scheme that's throwing the system into chaos will save approximately $5 million. So I want to ask the Premier, how can he justify complete health care chaos and upheaval for only 1 day and a few hours worth of health care, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, no wonder Nova Scotians don't want to relive the last 4 years, Mr. Speaker, under the Democratic Party. Mr. Speaker, no one is saying this is easy. No one is saying this is easy on anyone, Mr. Speaker. No one is saying this is easy on anyone, and there aren't challenges. As a matter of fact, every Nova Scotian is going to have to be part.
Order, please. The Honourable Premier has the floor.
Matter of fact, every Nova Scotian is going to have to be part of moving this province back to sustainability. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, this change is not only about saving money in the healthcare system, it is about making the system more accessible for more Nova Scotians. Why would they want to continue to build walls up in a healthcare system for people less than 1 million people, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Inverness.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Health. On August 12th, an order in Council was approved granting $1.15 million to purchase a CT scanner for the Inverness Hospital. There has been no tender posted on the Nova Scotia procurement website, and this means the public is unable to access the terms of this agreement. What is most concerning is the lack of transparency around such a significant purchase. Can the Minister explain the lack of transparency in the procurement of the CT scanner?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm just wondering, do we have 45 minutes or an hour? Because I have long answers and short answers. But just to explain a little bit for the House this very, very important and significant purchase for the people of Inverness and area. And I'm very proud that our Premier, no matter who owns the seat, he keeps his commitment to the people of Nova Scotia. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it's right in line with this whole plan that obviously the leader of the NDP party has missed. And that is the restructuring is not so much about all of these savings, but it's how we'll have a highly integrated healthcare system from one end of the province to the other. But in terms of the CT scanner, to the member from Inverness, there is within the Department of Health the opportunity to actually use the procurement with a company when you have purchased one or two of an item to then be able to get a third or fourth for the province, and in fact at the very best price possible. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Inverness on his first supplementary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can't believe the Minister of Health has just suggested that people of Inverness should be thankful that they're getting a piece of medical equipment, even though they didn't vote for this government in the last election. Mr. Speaker, it amazes me that a statement like that would be made by the Minister of Health. There have been meetings in the community that question whether the scanner selected by the province actually meets the community's needs, including from the Chief of Staff at the hospital. Now, Mr. Speaker, despite these concerns, the government has pushed ahead and acquired the scanner it's deemed best. Now the government wants the community's money. Will the government forgive the 25% portion of the cost for the rest of the scanner, or it will review options and return the scanner if that is what is preferred by the community?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for the question. The one certainty that I do have, Mr. Speaker, is that the good people of Inverness and area want this scanner. They want this addition to the medical diagnostic work that goes on in their community. And this scanner will indeed serve the needs of the people in that area of the province for many years to come. In terms of the 75-25, that is the current structure that we have in the province for procuring equipment, doing capital projects. That 25%, I believe, will be gladly paid out by the people of Inverness.
The Honourable Member for Inverness on his final supplementary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not so sure if that's true. I know in a recent community meeting, people were very upset. Upset when the District Health Authority promised to provide a transparent breakdown of the costs and yet refused the very next day. And upon further probing by an organization called Engaged Inverness, continued to refuse to provide basic information. And then we see a letter in the paper by the Minister saying, we believe we purchased the scanner that is best for the hospital without consultation with the very people that are going to be using it, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, that doesn't ring with me. And I will ask the Minister again, given the situation that has been created here,
where we now have a CT scanner sitting wrapped in plastic in the basement of the hospital because the hospital is not even ready to receive it and put it into use. How is the minister going to raise the remaining 25% cost for this machine?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I know that foundations across Nova Scotia do outstanding work. In fact, we would not have the delivery system we have today without all Nova Scotians at some point in time contributing to foundations. It's obvious the member opposite doesn't quite understand the procurement process. You don't go out and do one-off with a private company that may or may not be here in a couple of years' time. I'm very familiar with their scanner. I've been out to the company to take a look and see how it does operate. And I think on that private side of medicine, they will do some complementary work for our healthcare system. But when you're procuring for the entire province, you just don't do a one-off and also have a company come in the side door to try to become part of the healthcare system. There'll be an opportunity. There'll be an opportunity for the new health board, a competency-based board that can decide on that kind of policy for possible future procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Premier. A little over a year ago, the Premier, the leader of the Liberal Party, promised to create upheaval in the healthcare system by taking local decision-making away from communities and at the same time creating labour unrest. So I'd like to ask the Premier, will the Premier tell us if he believes the Liberal scheme in healthcare is creating upheaval within the healthcare sector?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The piece of legislation that is before this House, Mr. Speaker, is actually putting decision-making back in the hands of communities across this province, Mr. Speaker. Health institutions from one end of Nova Scotia to the other will have more say about the future. Community health boards' responsibilities will be enhanced, Mr. Speaker, and I can't for the life of me understand why the Democratic Party would be opposed to making the healthcare system more accessible to more Nova Scotians and engaging more Nova Scotians in what they want in their community around healthcare.
Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid on his first supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope there's a 1-800 number to the CEO of the new amalgamated healthcare CEO, because she's going to be located in Halifax, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this month, the Deputy Minister of Health sent out a letter to healthcare workers across the province that read, "We recognize the upheaval this is causing. Right now, there are more questions than answers." And it goes on to ask for everyone's patience as they understand upheaval like this is difficult. So I'd like to ask the Premier, do you agree with the Deputy Minister of Health and recognize the upheaval that is going on in the healthcare sector because of this decision to amalgamate the district health authorities?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I've yet to have a single Nova Scotian tell me that when they have tried to access the healthcare system, or one of their loved ones have been trying to access the healthcare system, that they can't get a hold of the CEO of a district health authority, Mr. Speaker. What they have told me, though, Mr. Speaker, is that their hospital has been closed, Mr. Speaker. The emergency room has been closed. There are a lack of family physicians. What this bill does, Mr. Speaker, is streamlines the healthcare system, makes it more accessible, and allows Nova Scotians to get care anywhere in this province at the quickest possible time.
The Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid on his final supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would agree with the Premier, because those residents used to call those community leaders who volunteered on the boards that this government fired, Mr. Speaker. So they're going to have to call somebody. So they're going to call the CEO, I assume, Mr. Speaker. The Deputy Minister of Health is publicly apologizing, Mr. Speaker, apologizing. He's been on the job for a number of months. He's already apologizing for the scheme from this government. He's apologizing for the upheaval and the confusion the Liberal scheme is causing. So I'd like to ask the Premier, will the Premier finally stand up and apologize to healthcare workers for the upheaval his government has caused them?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to again say I don't know of a single Nova Scotian when they're not feeling well calls the CEO, and Mr. Speaker, I don't know of any Nova Scotian who would call a board member of any health authority when they're not feeling well, Mr. Speaker. They call a health care provider, Mr. Speaker, and what this piece of legislation is doing is allow communities to have more control and access about the institutions that are in their individual communities. and it is tearing down the walls, Mr. Speaker, that even that party knew when they were in government were too many, Mr. Speaker, and this is making it more accessible and sustainable for Nova Scotians.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Natural Resources. Recently, we learned taxpayers spent $12,600 on a pricey trips to Boston for the Minister of Natural Resources and his ZA, all in the month of May. But then, after being questioned by the media, the minister came clean and admitted a third person joined them on one of their excursions at the last minute, the member for Kings South. A pretty good perk for a loyal Boston Red Sox fan. The cost to the taxpayers was an additional $1,900. My question, Mr. Speaker, for the minister is why was the member of Kings South added to the trip on such short notice?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I'll refer that question to the Minister of Economic, Rural Development and Tourism.
The Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr.
Order, please. The Honourable Minister of Economic and Rural Development has the floor.
Well, they didn't do much in 4 years to answer any questions. It's surprising to hear they want to answer them now, Mr. Speaker. The fact is that due to a last-minute conflict, I wasn't able to attend to the ceremonies over in Boston to promote our province. I did ask the member for Kings South to attend on my behalf. It's my department that did pick up those costs. And in light of the fact that the member for Kings North is concerned about costs, maybe he'd want to share with Nova Scotians what the costs were to taxpayers to send him to the Boston Seafood Show.
The honourable member for Kings North on his first supplementary.
I will comment on the Boston Seafood Show. We were invited by the minister to attend, and we booked well ahead of time, and I actually flew a day later and came home a day later simply to save the taxpayers about $700-800 on that trip. Mr. Speaker, when trying to defend his taxpayer-funded voyage, the member for Kings South told CTV News, I attended a couple functions at Faneuil Hall with the minister, and I attended a baseball game and met with some tourism writers during the game. Mr. Speaker, are all expense-paid getaways how the Liberals keep backbench in line, or was the minister's executive assistant just not enough company for a Red Sox game?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, this is absolutely unbelievable. For 4 years, after that NDP killed our ferry in Yarmouth, through southwestern Nova Scotia in the lurch, that caucus stood with us fighting for the return of that ferry service because those members knew how important it was for this province, Mr. Speaker. And now, to gain cheap political shots, that member has the nerve to stand up and question the promotions that we need to do to make that ferry work for this province. Unbelievable, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member. The honourable member for Kings North on his final supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question would be, why didn't the minister take the ferry? I understand the Digby ferry would have run at that time and would have saved a considerable bit of money.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the simple answer to that question is the ferry wasn't running at that time. And that member buys into this foolishness. I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, I wish these promotions weren't necessary for our ferry service to be successful, but we were thrown in the lurch. We had that market dead for 4 years because of the NDP. We received hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of promotions because of this trip, because of these promotions, Mr. Speaker. I apologize I don't apologize for doing my job and to working to make sure that ferry is a success.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In less than a year, the Liberal government has delivered 2 throne speeches. In November of last year, the Liberals spoke of the iconic Bluenose 2, as if she was back in the water instead of steeped in cost overruns with her steering in shambles. I quote, "My government will join them in celebrating Bluenose 2's return as Nova Scotia's sailing ambassador next spring as she helps to welcome the world to our shores." And I will table that statement. Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Premier. How do you explain to Nova Scotians that after 19 million and counting, the Bluenose 2 still isn't in the water, even though you promised a spring sailing?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I explain it by this. Mr. Speaker, the RFP was put out by a Conservative government and it's been managed for 4 years by a new Democratic government. Mr. Speaker, it'll be a Liberal government that gets that vessel sailing on behalf of all members.
The Honourable Member for Pictou West on her first supplementary.
And double the expense. But, Mr. Speaker, sadly the vessel didn't play a role in this season's speech. Perhaps our sailing ambassador is no longer a priority to the Liberals. It certainly isn't a priority for the elected members of that side of the House who so willingly stand by and allow a non-elected bureaucrat to be the face of this file. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Premier. Has he lost all faith in his elected members to handle a file of this importance to Nova Scotians?
The Honourable Premier.
Speaker, I would remind the honourable member that the person she's referring to is a 32-year civil servant, Mr. Speaker, who has served at almost every department, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, he has managed every major file, Mr. Speaker, not only under this government, under other governments. Mr. Speaker, I want to not only commend Mr. Darrow, but all civil servants who work on behalf of the people of the province of Nova Scotia for doing and coming to work every day, doing the very best they can to ensure that taxpayer dollars are being spent in the best possible way. And I want to remind the honourable member, Mr. Speaker, that this file is with the Deputy Minister to the Premier of the province of Nova Scotia. Not only, Mr. Speaker, are we going to get this vessel sailing, we're going to have the Auditor General tell us how they got it so wrong in the beginning.
The Honourable Member for Pictou West on her final supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In early August, Nova Scotians learned that they had taken possession of the Bluenose 2, despite the fact she was not sea-ready and did not have a stable or usable steering system. At the time, the Premier said the company responsible for restoring the vessel had satisfied the requirements outlined in its contract, which required the province to take possession of the ship of July 30th. Yet, a copy of the original contract states that delivery is made provided that, and I'll quote, all defects have been corrected to the satisfaction of the inspector, and I will table that. Mr. Speaker, my question again to the Premier is, does he not consider a failed steering system, which he himself confirmed to be a defect worth correcting before he took ownership of the vessel on behalf of taxpayers?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, we have great craftsmen in this province, Mr. Speaker, and they did exactly what the RFP asked them for, Mr. Speaker. That government asked for a defective steering column, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is the Minister of Transportation. And on the ferries, according to a press release issued by the government in mid-July, the Torquay-McLean ferry in Victoria County was taken to dry dock in Pictou County for scheduled repairs. Mr. Speaker, I'll table that. Although it was just built in 2008, the ferry has had its share of problems. The tender for the work was awarded at $776,000, Mr. Speaker, and I'll table that as well. So my question to the Minister, why did the ferry have to go for scheduled repairs?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the question. Obviously, the Torquay-McLean, just like all of our fleet of ferries here in Nova Scotia, they require a certain number of maintenance. Obviously, as they age, the renovations and the dry dock work that's required is very important. So we set the schedule as best we can. There's no question about it that the Torquay-McLean has had a significant number of issues. We've addressed those as best we can. There's certainly weather problems in that area that we have to deal with. The Torquay-McLean is aging, no question about it. We use our fleet as best we can to manage all the traffic that's possible. So, Mr. Speaker, we're very aware of this situation. We're doing our best to deal with the challenges we have with respect to ferries in this province. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount on his first supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the government press release, it said the ferry was expected to be out of service for 10 weeks. In mid-July, it was swapped with the 30-year-old Scotian. Mr. Speaker, it'll be 10 weeks tomorrow. Can the Minister explain to me when the Torquil-McLean Ferry will be back in service in Englishtown?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Mr. Speaker, again, the member brought up a point. Well, what we do when we have these required retrofits and work on the ferries is we swap out with our other fleet. So the Scotian has been there doing the work in that channel. It's been doing a tremendous job. The staff have been top-notch in keeping us informed on not only the situation with the Scotian, but also with the renovations and the retrofit of the work being done with the Torquil-McLean. Communications is important for us. We're doing our best to get that information updated and as accurate as possible. And as soon as the Torquil-McLean is ready and the retrofit is done by AECon, we'll certainly communicate that to the public. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount on his final supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had a lot of calls from residents of Northside Westbound who have either summer homes or travel English quite regularly to enjoy the national park. This refit was originally scheduled for last September, but then it was delayed. It was done in mid-July during the height of the tourism season and put the ferry out of service for 3 days. Now it appears the actual refit is going to be delayed too. My question to the Minister is, how many times has the member of Victoria Lakes met with the Minister to raise concerns? And when will this ferry come back to service so that the people that have to go to English to travel either for work or pleasure will enjoy this ferry again?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for Victoria Lakes talks to me daily about the Torquil-McLean, about the Englishtown ferry service. It's an issue. We've met recently with the municipality, the member and I, to talk about some of the issues with that service, with some of the options that exist for that corridor, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, you know, again, with our ferries, we've got an aging fleet. It's a very expensive proposition to keep the fleet going. However, safety is first and foremost for our government. We have to make sure, you know, we want to stick to the timelines as best we can, and obviously that's the challenge and that's the focus for the government. But at the end of the day, this is about having safe ferries on the water to transport passengers, transport tourists, and make sure that service is running safely and efficiently. So, Mr. Speaker, we'll certainly endeavour to get the Torquil-McLean ready, and when that is, we'll certainly communicate that to the public. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question through you is for the Premier. Mr. Speaker, as you know, this government has a dismal record so far in creating jobs and opportunities for Nova Scotians. In fact, the last year alone, we have 9,000 fewer Nova Scotians working, Mr. Speaker. So the government's closed for business sign remains firmly in place. Mr. Speaker, not only does the government need to create good opportunities to keep our young people at home and working, we need to keep our healthcare workers here and working. So, Mr. Speaker, my question through you to the Premier is this. How will your latest plan for the healthcare system help retain and attract valuable healthcare workers to Nova Scotia?
I'll just remind the member not to refer directly to the other members. The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do share the member's concern, Mr. Speaker. If you look over the last 4 years, there was a close for business sign in this province, Mr. Speaker. That sign is taken down. Nova Scotia private sector clearly has... Speaker, the Nova Scotia's private sector clearly understands their roles, clearly understands that government is not going to interfere and pit one Nova Scotia employer against another Nova Scotia employer, Mr. Speaker. They know this government is not going to subsidize one employer over another, Mr. Speaker. They know that they're on an equal playing field, and they're excited about the possibility, Mr. Speaker, of growing good jobs in the private sector in the province of Nova Scotia. And I want to ensure the honourable member, Mr. Speaker, that healthcare providers, healthcare workers across this province are applying for jobs to stay in this province, Mr. Speaker, because they know it's a great place to work. They know the system is a great place to work in, Mr. Speaker, and this bill does nothing, Mr. Speaker, but improve that situation.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party on her first supplementary.
Thank you very much, and I think the operative clauses was this place was a good place for healthcare workers in the province, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we know that the Liberal government in the 1990s drove healthcare workers away specifically nurses, left this province in very large numbers due to the unfair treatment and wage rollbacks that occurred. Now here we are, Mr. Speaker, where this government is once again attacking nurses and frontline caregivers, Mr. Speaker, and they may not be interested in picking one employer over another, but they don't have any difficulty in picking one union over another, Mr. Speaker. So my question to the Premier is this: why is the Premier repeating history and creating chaos in the healthcare sector that will result in the loss of healthcare workers from our province?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to remind the leader of the NDP it was her party, Mr. Speaker, that took away the right to strike for paramedics in this province, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, tears down the walls inside of our province, allows mobility of healthcare workers, Mr. Speaker. Everything that has been earned by a healthcare worker across this province will remain the same. The four categories that are being referred to in this piece of legislation were supported by the union leaders, Mr. Speaker. And the chaos and the confusion that is happening in and around this piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, is being driven for political motivation, nothing more.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party on her final supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, healthcare workers are the backbone of the healthcare system. They play a significant role in a healthy economy. But, Mr. Speaker, we are right now seeing history repeat itself with this Liberal government. So my question to the Premier is this: why would any healthcare worker want to stay in Nova Scotia after all the mistreatment this Liberal government has caused in just 1 year in government?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure where the leader of the NDP gets her information, but we hired every nurse who graduated from CBU this year, Mr. Speaker. Does that sound like people are driving people away? Mr. Speaker, the system has hired nurses from every nursing class in the province in this year, Mr. Speaker. How is that driving healthcare workers away? Mr. Speaker, what this is about is tearing down the walls in the healthcare system, ensuring that workers have protect the things they've earned at the bargaining table, making sure that they will be able to do open, free, collective bargaining into the future, at the same time making sure that this system is sustainable in the long run for all Nova Scotians.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, my question is to the Minister of Transportation. The Scotia was brought in to replace the Torquil McLean for the summer. It's more than 30 years old and could not carry as many passengers as the Torquil McLean. On August 6th and 7th, it was put out of service in peak tourism season. And Mr. Speaker, I'll table that. On September 18th, it went out of service again and was out for 9 days. And Mr. Speaker, the people in the area realized there was no government press release notifying the public. So my question to the Minister is, why was the Scotian out of service last week?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Mr. Speaker, again, thank the member of the opposite for the question. The reality is that we're dealing with an aging fleet. The renovations and retrofit that they require can be very certainly time-consuming and extremely expensive, Mr. Speaker. We do our very best to manage it. Obviously, the member opposite, the entire House, and all Nova Scotians understand the fiscal challenges that we have. And again, with ferries, it's keeping them safe and secure. That's the focus. The Torquil McLean has been in existence for 7 years. It's never been dry docked up to this point. There is a number of issues that we've had over the last 12 months. We're doing our very best to address it. The Scotian has served as a very adequate substitute to this point. Again, Mr. Speaker, we have no control over when breakdowns and issues are going to occur, and we do our best to manage them as they arise. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount on his first supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, at the same time, the coal is silenced without a service in Little Narrows. There was no government press release communicating that to the public either. And Mr. Speaker, we get calls on that all the time of why. So my question again is, what was the reason for the ferry in Little Narrows to be out of service as well?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Mr. Speaker, again, certainly there are issues of maintenance and issues of breakdowns with the ferries, no question. I know that for me as a minister and for us as a government, there's certainly learning experiences that we have. One thing we've learned from the Tancook ferry situation, Mr. Speaker, is that residents, over and above everything else, they require communications. I know that the member opposite said he's been contacted many times about the Narrows ferry. I certainly take that seriously, and I think that if it's a communications issue, then by all means we can talk about that. Getting these boats in the water safely and efficiently is certainly what we focus on, but again, it comes down to communications and letting people know. So if that's a specific issue with this run, then we'll endeavor to improve that service. Thank you very much.
Honourable member for Northside Westmount on his final supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Tancook Island residents are voicing their ferry frustrations as well. They rely on their ferry service to get on and off the island. Their passenger service was downgraded this summer from 95 to only 45 people per trip. Mr. Speaker, my question to the Minister is the plan to replace the Tancook Island ferry with the Scotian, and when?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure
Mr.
Renewal.
Speaker, thank you very much. And again, I did mention the Tancook ferry issue. Certainly is one that was brought to our attention. It is very significant as it affects many people in the Tancook Islands, Chester area. I know that the member for Chester St. Margaret's has suggested that we put together a committee to talk about some of those issues. That's certainly something we would be willing to do. I've spoken on a number of occasions with the Mayor, Don Down, who pulled together the initial public meeting. There was issues with the service. There's issues with communications, and it's an important service that we have. With respect to the Tancook situation, these were compliance issues based on Transport Canada's new legislation that came in April of 2012 with respect to some of the damage mitigation instruments we have on the ferry. We're working with our federal counterparts at this point to make sure we're in compliance. The current permit that we're under runs till November. We're looking to figure out these problems before then, get that vessel to dry dock in May of 2015, and make the required changes. Mr. Speaker, this is a significant service. There are significant costs involved, so we just want to make sure we get it right for the people of Tancook and for all Nova Scotians. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Inverness.
My question is for the Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, the throne speech talked about doing things differently. My question, why doesn't this government at least look at an option for a CT scanner that offers lower radiation, that does not require children to be sedated, and that gives doctors in rural areas the tools they can use to save lives, and quite possibly, Mr. Speaker, save money? And I know from my speaking with the Chief of Staff, he's talked about technology which gives him the ability to see things more quickly and the ability to diagnose people more quickly, which may in fact save money, Mr. Speaker, on the side of the equation where people either are faced with going into a nursing home to live out the rest of their days or being able to function as they always have. So, Mr. Speaker, why won't this government at least look at the option?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And we gave more than just a passing glance to the Atlantic Medical Images Trillium CT scanner. We actually invited them into the Department of Health to discuss the new scanner they were bringing to the province. I also went out along with the Deputy Minister and others to take a look at the operations in Bedford. However, this is about a proper process, a proper procedure, and one that could be very much a part of the future, and one that we will continue to take a look at. From the point of view of economics, this particular deal made 0 sense. In fact, it doesn't even come close to what we can do by actually purchasing a GE scanner for Inverness or any other part of the province. Radiologists at the IWK and the QE2 are fine with the equipment they have. They said there's no problem where we are at this point in time. But this is a process that could very well be examined in the future.
The Honourable Member for Inverness on his first supplementary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want this legislature to know that we did try to approach this government quietly. Myself and the Chief of Staff, I remember the day that I called the Premier's office, and I don't call the Premier's office very often, Mr. Speaker. We also directed a letter to the Minister of Health. And sadly, Mr. Speaker, we didn't get a reply until the day after the current scanner that was purchased for the hospital was delivered to the hospital. The hospital wasn't even ready to receive it. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the minister talks about there was a process, but really there was a process with no transparency. When people in the community asked for the numbers behind the scanner, the government refused to provide them. So, Mr. Speaker, why is the government playing games?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've talked to some of the people in Inverness, some of the people in the medical community who are extraordinarily happy that a CT scanner is coming to their hospital. And in fact, it is going to provide now the kind of diagnostic work that people will not have to go to Antigonish or Sydney, especially during winter months. It's going to give quick diagnostic results for surgeons, as well as the entire medical community in that area. The process, led by Diane Calvert-Sims and her team, is a very ordinary part of procurement. When we want to take a look at whether or not there will be some private dimension of providing diagnostic equipment in our hospitals, that's a big decision for the Department of Health that could be very well explored. But in terms of this particular purchase, the entire process was done as it should be done.
The Honourable Member for Inverness on his final supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, this government and its bureaucracy got scared of a new idea. Plain and simple. The medical community itself, Mr. Speaker, was never allowed. What we kept hearing was they weren't allowed to participate. Now, this is before this government took office. But the medical community, as we know, Mr. Speaker, they know who their employer is. And they have to be very careful what they say. One of the things I will state for the record is neither Dr. Play or myself would ever suggest that the people working at the hospital now shouldn't be the people operating with this new potential CT scanner. So if the same people are operating it, I really don't see what the fear is in at least looking at the idea. So, Mr. Speaker, it is the technology that the Chief of Staff of the hospital wants. Our doctors are aging. We need to attract new doctors. They're going to want to work with new equipment. Mr. Speaker, we saw what happened in Antigonish recently with Dr. Silver. He had to go public and make a complaint publicly to get the government to act. Is this what we have to do? Is this what doctors around the province have to do to get the attention of the government? So, Mr. Speaker, why doesn't the government work with doctors to provide them the equipment they need, and equipment that very well, if the government will show the transparency behind its numbers, we may actually be able to prove that these new options can actually save money for the system.
Order, please. Time allotted for oral questions by members to ministers has expired. We'll now move on to government business. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, would you please call second reading of Bill number 1, the Health Authorities Act?
We'll now have second reading of Bill number 1, the Health Authorities Act. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Bill number 1, the Health Authorities Act, be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, it's no secret that our government has always intended to move from 10 health authorities to 2, but this bill is much more than numbers. It's about improving the quality of patient care, about demonstrating those improvements to Nova Scotians. We will, in fact, set targets, measure, and report to Nova Scotians. As I traveled across the province earlier this year, I heard time and time again from people, both inside and outside the healthcare system, who have concerns about the sustainability and about the fragmented nature of our healthcare system. They want to know that we are spending their hard-earned tax dollars on frontline health care, not on executive salaries. They want us to improve wait times and services, and they want the system to focus on patients, not on endless rounds of collective bargaining. Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what we've done here. The Health Authorities Act will make the system more transparent and accountable. The Department of Health and Wellness will set a strategic, multi-year health plan for the province with targets for improvement. The new authority in the IWK will report back to government and the public and how we are doing. We won't have 10 different business plans, 10 strategic visions, and 10 competing sets of priorities. One direction, one vision, and increased transparency for the public. Nova Scotians will know what we are doing to improve care and patient safety, and most importantly, they'll know if we are getting results. People also want to know that they have a local voice in their provincial healthcare system. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure I don't have to explain that to any member of the House. And so this Act requires the new authority in the IWK to create annual public engagement plans. That's new, and it's unique across Canada. And I as Minister, started that public engagement last year. Yes, it was to explain a lot about where we were going in terms of the new healthcare structure, but that will be done each and every year as long as I am Minister. And this year, I will be doing a seniors tour. Yes, I'm part of the tour, I guess. This requirement will make sure that our healthcare authorities know what people across the province think about how their local hospital, clinic, or public health service is doing, and use that information to make improvements. Community health boards will play a strong role in the public engagement, Mr. Speaker. They have always done a fantastic job with wellness programs. Now they will help in reaching out to their communities, making sure that the needs and concerns from people across Nova Scotia are heard. The IWK and the Provincial Health Authority will work together to address those concerns. All of this means our system will be working together as one, hearing the concerns of the people and following one strategic direction set by government. Mr. Speaker, this bill also addresses the current labor structure, which simply doesn't make sense. Right now, there are 50 different collective agreements among staff in our healthcare facilities. A nurse at the Nova Scotia Hospital can't work across the street at the Dartmouth General if she's needed there. And because there are so many different collective agreements, it takes the system thousands of hours to bargain. Too often, Mr. Speaker, we're negotiating contracts months, or as I've discovered on my review, years after they've expired. And Nova Scotians know all too well what happens when a strike or a lockout is looming. We've had 3 reminders in the last year and a half. Surgeries are postponed, patients are moved, services that people rely on are reduced or cancelled. That's not good for anyone, not for workers, not for patients, and certainly not for their families. The Health Authorities Act will treat workers fairly. Wages, pensions, and health benefits will be protected. Mr. Speaker, I want to emphasize that point. Workers will not see any erosion in the wages and benefits they have fought to achieve. The 4 existing healthcare unions and employers will sit down with a mediator to work toward a solution. That will ensure clear and prompt bargaining. And when collective bargaining begins on April 1st, the IWK and the Provincial Health Authority will sit down with them at the same table at the same time. That means 4 collective bargaining processes, not 50. That's good for Nova Scotians. It means more stability and less disruption, more focus on patients, which is what this is all about. I'd like to take a moment to address one point that unions have been making around people's right to be in a union of their choice. Mr. Speaker, there may be some people who choose their job opportunities based on the union that represent them. And certainly if people are choosing to unionize for the first time, they may get a chance to vote on that. But in the healthcare sector, Most Nova Scotians simply apply for jobs in their field and in their communities. The union membership follows once they've gotten the job. That's true outside of healthcare too. Mr. Speaker, I was a teacher. Teachers who work in the public school system must be represented by the Nova Scotia Teachers Union. That's not optional. That's in legislation. It's the same for the provincial civil service. By law, if you apply for a unionized civil service job, you must become a member of the NSGEU. Mr. Speaker, I began by saying that this bill was not simply about numbers. I've explained in detail how it will help us be more transparent, ensure a strong community voice, and improve health care from one end of the province to the other. But there's one number everyone always wants to know, and that's how much money we will save. Once we move to the new structure on April 1st, we estimate the healthcare system will save more than $5 million a year, and that's just the beginning. That is lowballed based on the highest severance that may have to be given. That's based on paying 2 CEOs, not 10, far fewer vice presidents, and expenses for just 13 board members. And Mr. Speaker, that's not all the savings we will see. There will be increased savings after the first year. This is just the platform, the foundation on which further changes will be made. By sharing services and continuing to streamline health administration, those savings will be realized. Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotians want us to ensure that as much money as possible goes into the care they rely on. And I'm happy to say that's exactly what we are doing, and this bill is just the beginning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable House Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Of course, I rise in my place to speak about the government's proposed Health Authorities Act. And it's a right and a privilege that I hold dear, and that I have since I was first elected to this House in 2003. Now, as we all know, it's not a tradition of this House for us to speak to the details of the bill in second reading, so we're expected to speak to the broad principles. So regardless of the political leanings or positioning, it's fundamental to our legislative process that members be afforded the time to debate legislation at each stage of this bill. With this specifically in mind, earlier this morning I moved a resolution to split the government's bill, an omnibus bill. I did that because there are matters too serious to rush through, and it's disrespectful to workers and the members of this House that the government is attempting to do just that. I was a little disappointed when that resolution was shot down, but quite honestly I expected it as well. You know, Mr. Speaker, complex bills, as the one that we have before us today, takes time. It's in everyone's interest, regardless of the subject matter or who is implicated, for all views to be factored in before they become law. So, Mr. Speaker, today we find ourselves in the worst possible of situations as members. The government has introduced an omnibus health bill, and they're preparing to ram it through. The government is using the same tactic that the federal Conservatives are often accused of. And if that's not enough, they're also playing the cheapest of political games. Last night, no one but the Liberal staff members in the gallery facing the government members, they intentionally blocked anyone from the public from finding a seat. And why? They also knowingly prevented the member for Inverness to deliver a speech that was important to a survivor of sexual trauma as a child. The person was sitting in the gallery waiting to be acknowledged. So what are they afraid of, Mr. Speaker? If this omnibus bill is in such a great piece of legislation, why are they forcing it through this House of Assembly? Why are they suspending other business? No, Mr. Speaker, it is the problem of majority governments, Mr. Speaker. They have enough votes to win, so what's the rush? We know at the end of the day they will get their way. So why are they forcing it through? What is this important deadline that we find ourselves sitting at 7 o'clock in the morning on a Tuesday and supposedly sitting until midnight? And why, Mr. Speaker, did they decide to join two very complex bills together? The Premier's talking point suggests that this approach balances the rights of workers with savings to taxpayers. The Premier wants everyone to believe he is the one who will slay the unions. But in 2007, when the Premier sat on this side of the House, he said, quote, "Healthcare workers, like so many other sectors of this province and across the country, have fought long and hard for their rights and benefits that they now have, thanks to unionization. Unionized healthcare workers are the backbone of our healthcare system." End quote. The Premier then went further to state, picking a fight with other healthcare workers is not ensuring that Nova Scotians have access to the quality of healthcare that they expect each and every one of us here to protect and to deliver for them. He was right. He was right when he spoke those words. And even to the point, that the Minister of Health, talked about the focus on patients, and I agree we should be here for the patient. We should be here for the people that continually call our offices and say, I can't get my hip replaced until next year sometimes, or 2 years down the road. But I wonder that when we put the system in such a upheaval, we've got all the management side of things, and I'll talk about that in a few moments, in turmoil, because this bill doesn't tell us what the organizational chart is going to look like, how many CEOs, well, there's going to be one CEO, but what kind of management is going to be put in place to make sure that the health system is managed across the province. So while that's all going on, so no one will be basically have their eye on the ball while that's going on, at the same time we're taking on the unions, who for the time being will probably take their eye off the ball as well, while they're fighting for their rights. Again, thank you. So who's actually supposed to be watching out for the patients while all this is going on? That's the challenge that we find ourselves in with all this information, this omnibus bill sitting in front of us. Now, in the last election campaign, our caucus, the Nova Scotia Progressive Conservative, campaigned on the need to streamline the administration of health authorities. So, Mr. Speaker, we can say we fully support that part of it. We believe that 9 district health authorities, plus the IWK, was far too much administration. But we do differ when it comes to how everything here is being put together. It's a very important point that, after all, as MLAs, especially the PCs, we've been focused on results when talking about amalgamating health authorities. We expect the plan to lead to better health outcomes is first and foremost, like I said. Savings should be reinvested into the front line and into patient care. To buy CT scanners, to buy kidney dialysis machines, to renovate emergency rooms so that they can be the clinics that they need to be, to keep the north side emergency room open. That's where all those savings supposedly are supposed to end up. But I don't see it within this kind of work. The minister on a number of occasions now has sort of picked a few numbers here and there, but I don't think he's been solid in that. He needs to be a little more forward with these numbers to provide. Here's what it's going to cost. This first year of amalgamation and reorganization is going to cost money. How much is it going to cost? Don't forget, there are 9 CEOs. There was 10 CEOs. Now there's only 1, actually 2, right? So, that means there's 8 of them that are now going to have some kind of severance or is going to move off. And that doesn't count the countless number of vice presidents that are also within the system. Are those ones being severanced off, or are they going to be caught up in the new system? We don't know. So that's going to be costing the province a whole lot of money. There's going to be a whole bunch of office space and those kinds of things that are going to have to be canceled, because I know some of the district health authorities don't reside actually in the hospitals or the main hospitals that they that they represent. I think Cumberland, I think, is one of them, where they actually have an office off-site in downtown Amherst, you know? So what are we going to do with that space? If they're renting the space, I mean, that means there's going to be some kind of penalty if we have to vacate that. You know, I'm not debating that they've created empires, which is why we agree with that base principle that things do need to change on the administration of health care. On that, we've always been clear, publicly and privately, that our position has not wavered. It is fair to say also that significant concerns remain regarding this government's competence to manage it. The Minister of Health has not always been clear or consistent with explaining what the savings are. I think I already said that, didn't I? But this is something that we could debate on a thorough debate on merging just the health authorities. And it's something that we should have time to fully examine. I mean, the question, too, is, you know, really this bill doesn't tell us what that organization is going to be. Similarly, members of the House should have the opportunity to thoroughly review and debate the new part of this Liberal plan that really wasn't brought forward during the election nor spoke about until just recently, and that the Liberals should be willing to stand in the House and defend it. I hope that no one is fooled by the path that the government has chosen here. The government talking points will say that this strikes a balance between the rights of workers and saving taxpayers, which we've already heard a couple of times here during question period and during the minister's introduction speech, but that they can be reinvested into health care. If that's true, they should be prepared, more than prepared, they should be proud to debate it in full. This is a slippery slope. The government is counting on the fears of Nova Scotians that there will be another strike. They are positioning this as a fight with the unions, but somehow not a fight with healthcare workers. How can you fight with the union but not fight with the worker? And I want to be clear, Mr. Speaker, we would like to find a constructive way to move forward on this. We propose one with our resolution, and we want to ensure that the labor instability and cost are addressed in a good manner. Believe me, no one in the PC caucus would object. We simply want to be afforded our rights to examine this carefully, not just under the government's gun, to be sure that this is actually what the bill would do. And for the government, and if the government even begins to hint that this is some kind of hypocrisy, I can almost guarantee that they will. I will say for the record that we will not just trust the government any more than we're simply agreed to long weekends for MLAs. Finally, I'm a little surprised on how far a member can move from a position depending on where he sits in this place. On June 15, 2001, you will find the following passionate statement in Hansard. So it's not you, Minister. Sorry, not supposed to say you. It's before we got here. Quote, "Not only was it offensive enough for them to arrive here and see that this government is proposing to take away all of their rights to collectively bargain and giving this cabinet, this Tory cabinet, the ability to impose a contract on them, but they came down to the House of Assembly. They are all taxpayers. They are all Nova Scotians. They figure, oh, we are coming to the chamber of democracy. Then they walk in, and what do they see? Well, I counted 6 Halifax regional policemen. We saw the gates on the sidewalks here, gates along the sidewalks. That is a first. The nurses can at least say, that with all other protests that we've had, they are the ones who scared the government the most." You know who said that, Mr. Speaker? That was the government House Leader. That was the member for Richmond. And it's so funny that we can take those important words that he said way back then in 2001 and apply them to our debate here today, as so many healthcare workers are outside concerned that they didn't even get to vote on the union that represents them. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I can say that on the health merger side, we support. There are some details in there, I'm sure, that we would like to see and like to be able to debate within this House. But the labor issue needs to be done separately, with more time and more thought. And one that I hope that on the next number of spots in this House, as they go off to law amendments after some thoughtful debate here on second reading, that the government members will be listening to what happens in that chamber, as I know they do. I know they do. I've seen some reasonable amendments happen in that chamber. I know it'll be a long, drawn-out process, because I know there'll be a lot of people interested in speaking to law amendments. But if there's a way to make this better, if there's a way to make this reasoned, if there's a way to make this affordable, of course, across the board to Nova Scotians, but more importantly, as long as it makes our healthcare system safe and making sure that we put patients first, then of course we'll be there to help with those reasoned amendments and changes that we believe are needed on this bill. I know there'll be a number of speakers coming up today. I can say that we will be listening to those comments. I hope that there are a couple government members that get up and speak as well to bring their thoughts, because I don't think it's just enough to hear from the minister, but we'll see how that goes today. I hope to hear from a number of my colleagues across the way to see what their thoughts are, because I know what I'm hearing from my public, and this is just too heavy-handed a bill in its current structure. Again, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak in this great House. I wish we weren't rushed to do it. I mean, this could take a few days to debate and think about, but here we are trying to ram it through in one day, which I think is a travesty to democracy in Nova Scotia. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my privilege to have an opportunity to rise in my seat. I'm searching for some throat lozenges, Mr. Speaker. Found. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important piece of legislation. And like all legislation, this is an initiative that has some elements that are worthy and that all members of this assembly would agree with. I doubt very much, Mr. Speaker, if there's anybody here in this House of Assembly who would disagree with a more effective healthcare system, reducing health administration, streamlining health administration, Mr. Speaker. But it's how you go about doing this that has myself and the NDP caucus extraordinarily concerned. Mr. Speaker, as the previous speaker said, when we discuss second reading of a bill, we talk about the principles of the bill rather than going clause by clause. And I look back on what now is becoming a much longer time in this place than I actually had contemplated when I first arrived here. When I first was elected in 1998, we had 4 regional health boards. And prior to that, each hospital in the province had its own board. The Savage government in the mid-90s, they did something called regionalization. It was a very popular approach to managing healthcare systems right across the country. And there were 4 regional boards, which I think are very much the zones that the current government have defined, they've reintroduced into their recycled plan for overhauling the governance model for our healthcare system. That whole exercise was very controversial. It put the system in crisis for a considerable period of time. It took probably 10 years or more for our healthcare system to recover from that process. And it was the focus, actually, of an election campaign when Dr. John Hamm campaigned on a promise that if he became government, he would introduce district health authorities. And so, in fact, Dr. Hamm formed the government, and he came to this place and introduced the current governance structure that we have, 9 district health authorities and the IWK. When the NDP formed government, that's the structure that existed in the healthcare system. And I have said on more than one occasion, I really don't know, frankly, what the right number of boards is for a province of our size. Is it 4? Is it 5? Is it 1? Is it 9? I don't really know. And I've asked people from other provinces who have gone through lots of these exercises. When I was health minister, I asked people. And the advice I got over repeatedly from people in other provinces who had gone through this was that that wasn't the right question to ask. How many boards should you have? Not the right question. That the right question to ask is about what's most needed in your healthcare system and how are you going to improve patient care on the front lines, and what can you do to set about achieving that? That those are the right questions to be asking, not questions about how many health authorities do you have, how many boards, volunteer boards do you have, that kind of stuff. That preoccupation will not give you a better healthcare system. The preoccupation has to be about improving healthcare. Now, the Minister of Health, in his remarks, he talked about the importance of improving the quality of patient care. And we would agree with that. One of the things that we learned when we came to government, actually, was how little attention was being paid in our healthcare system to the whole question of quality. And Nova Scotia is one of the few provinces in Canada that doesn't have a quality control council to monitor the performance of the healthcare system. We put in place a foundation that would allow us to move in that direction. And I hope that the current administration will build on that foundation, because in the end, this will result in not only quicker access to health care, but better results, better outcomes. A better quality of patient care means better results, better use of our resources for those results. And frankly, there's no one better to lead that initiative than the Deputy Minister in the Department of Health and Welfare, Dr. Peter Vaughan, who is a leader in this area of quality of patient care. It's unfortunate that Dr. Vaughan is having to oversee a merger of boards and focus so much on governance, because this doesn't necessarily use his talents in the best way, in my view, which is around the whole question of quality and patient care. So we have in front of us today a bill that's preoccupied with what is the right number of boards to have in the district health authorities, which is the wrong question. The question does need to be, what do we need to do to improve health care, to improve quality, to improve access? With the restructuring, there is a loss of community input. And the minister will say that community health boards will be given a greater role to have community input in healthcare planning. I have the greatest respect, and our caucus has the greatest respect for community health boards and the work they do. And an expanded role is always a welcome thing for the community health boards, without question. But the fundamental problem here is that community health boards are being corralled into looking at a particular kind of health promotion, health planning around improving the health outcomes of people more broadly in the community, where, let's face it, the community health boards want to focus, and that's a good thing. But who at the local level is going to fill the vacuum that looks at the local needs in terms of the acute care system, the long-term care planning, and what have you? Those roles were being filled at a local level by the volunteer district health authority boards. These are the folks who put a lot of effort, volunteer effort, into understanding the local community needs and what was available in the system locally and what was required locally to address this. This government has dismantled that local voice, Madam Chair, and that's being centralized in one board located here in the capital area. And if anybody thinks for one moment that this is not going to have an impact on protecting health care in rural and small towns around the province, they're dreaming in Technicolor. This is the beginning of the end for any number of small facilities in parts of our province where communities have built their healthcare institutions with dimes and nickels from fishermen and farmers and coal miners. And don't you kid yourself if you think that those facilities are going to, in a centralized model of decision-making, survive when they have to compete for resources in our healthcare budget-making process with the large tertiary centers, the regional hospitals, and any other number of needs. I've been in the Department of Health. We've all read the consultants' reports over a long period of time, and we know where this train is going, Madam Chair. And so this bill that's in front of us today has way more implications for the people of this province than simply what this government is doing for healthcare workers. This bill has significant implications for the population of the province as a whole, and the implication for healthcare services from one end of this province to another. And so, right on, we all agree we need to streamline administration. But I suggest to you, Madam Chair, this bill is about a lot more than streamlining administration. Madam Chair, you can streamline administration without having a bill like this. I know that because we did it. When I became the Minister of Health, administration, the amount of the budget that was eaten up by health administration in the province of Nova Scotia was above the national average. Third highest in the country. We brought that down below the national average. And we did that without a Bill 1. We did that without any grandiose merger plans. It actually wasn't that hard to do. You know, I'll give you an example. We have the IWK and we have the Queen Elizabeth Hospital side by side, the Capital District. One's in the Capital District Health Authority, one's a standalone health authority. They're both teaching hospitals. They're both connected to the Dell Medical School, an academic center. So the specialists who work in these facilities are teaching, they're practitioners, they're doing research, and one of the positions that both of these health authorities had was a VP of research. VP of research in the Capital District Health Authority, a VP of research at the IWK. And, you know, they got to talking among themselves and they said, really, do we really need 2 VPs of research? One of the VPs of research was retiring, and they decided, you know what? It makes great sense to have a VP of research across these 2 entities. No merger was required. No legislation was required. No stripping healthcare workers of their rights was required. So there were quite a significant number of VP positions that were eliminated through attrition. And they were eliminated through collaboration across the district health authorities. You know, people don't always see what's going on in the back rooms, how things actually work in a health authority or in a department of health. But I'd like to give people a little look at some of that, you know. The district health authorities in the province of Nova Scotia met every month with the deputy minister at the Department of Health. And they brought information about what was going on in their district health authority. but they also were working quite collaboratively on any number of things. The Deputy Minister of Health might go to one of those meetings with all kinds of data that his department officials would have prepared for him to show to the CEOs about the number, let's say the mortality rates. And they would be able to look at mortality rates across the DHAs. And they would have discussions around why a DHA was somewhat higher or lower than the mean. And they would talk about why that might be. And they shared the best practices and the worst practices with each other through that process. They worked on a variety of issues. They worked on things like, the infection control and the high rates of C. difficile and those other superbugs that have plagued acute care facilities around the world, and what they could do in collaboration with one another and with the Department of Health to deal with that. There is a lot of collaboration that went on. I listened to the Minister of Health when he introduced the bill the other day, read the press release, listened to him this morning. You'd think, to heavens, Madam Speaker, that nobody ever talked to each other in the current configuration. This bill is going to, it's going to tear down the walls. It's going to eliminate the barriers. Well, that's hogwash. That's complete and utter hogwash. These individuals between DHAs spoke to each other constantly and worked together constantly. And someone who lived in Halifax would get orthopedic surgery in Bridgewater or in New Glasgow. This idea that the district health authority structure is an impediment to accessing health care is nonsense. Complete and utter nonsense. And so there may be very good reasons to streamline and reduce administration, but whether or not this is the way to do it is very questionable. And I would suggest that the approach that this government is taking has other motivations in terms of how our healthcare system will change that go far, far, far beyond the management level. We've seen it before, and I dare say, Madam Speaker, we will see it again. So that's a little bit about my concerns around this bill with respect to the health reorganization. This bill, as we know, also contains significant provisions to change the face of labor relations in the healthcare system for a very, very long time. Now, as someone who's also been there through rounds of collective bargaining that sometimes were very challenging, to say the least, Madam Chair, I do not disagree with the government's position that it would be preferable to have fewer rounds of bargaining and fewer collective agreements. If that can improve labor relations, and that's something that should be bargained with the healthcare unions. And as I understand it, and I'm not at the table, I don't know all of the details, but as I understand it, the healthcare unions went to the government and said, you know, we know you're going to amalgamate the boards, you're going to merge the boards, and this is going to have implications for who our employer is. So we want to work with you, we want to understand what your objectives are, and we want the opportunity to present a proposal to you to meet those objectives. And the government said, right on. That's great. We want to work with you. We want to see what we can work out. And for a number of months now, there's been a lot of effort between the government and between the health unions to work out a set of arrangements that would achieve the objectives of the government with respect to fewer collective agreements, but also to respect the rights of healthcare workers to remain with their current bargaining units, and also prevent the incredible upheaval and chaos that ensues in the healthcare system when the preoccupation becomes something other than frontline patient care. The leader of the opposition earlier talked about, you know, approaching this in a way where you would get things right. And this government had an opportunity to approach this in a way that could get this right, could do things differently than the choices that have been made. And they've chosen the absolute worst possible approach, the approach that will have a damaging impact on the healthcare system, on people who work in the system. And this is not hyperbole, you know. I've been reading I've received, first of all, very, very many, probably more than on any other issue that I've experienced in my time in this House. And, you know, I've had a few campaigns around that I've lived through, liberation therapy, for example. So I've received many, and I know that the members on the other side are receiving many letters and phone calls from members of their constituency. Quite often, these are long-term healthcare workers, nurses, for example, who have worked in the healthcare system for more than 25 years. Some younger nurses, but by and large, I'm hearing mostly from people who have been in the system, and they have considerable experience and expertise and specialization. You know, they're nurses that work in specialized areas and fields, on specialized wards, on stroke units, on cardiac units. And they are distressed and distraught about what this government is doing, and they feel betrayed. There is no other word to characterize the feelings. They are talking about how betrayed they feel. What disturbs me is the politics of this. You know, we live in a time where union bashing is fashionable. It's popular. It earns you a lot of brownie points with columnists and interest groups. The labor movement worldwide has been hammered for the past 30 years by the forces of globalization. And the wages of working people have stagnated. And the benefits that working people have previously enjoyed are disappearing. And our kids are, in fact, a generation who are going to be worse off than we were because of that. And what does this government do? It jumps on that bandwagon and it attacks the very middle income, middle class earner in this province and makes them responsible for the financial situation in the province and the financial future of the province, a province whose economic prospects need to improve. We all get that. We get that our economy has grown more slowly than any other provincial economy in the country for the past 20 years. That's why we need a government that doesn't sit on its hands. That's why we need a government that will do things and have an action plan to ensure that we have a more prosperous future. But to focus on one sector, our healthcare workers, and make them responsible for the financial situation in the province is wrong, and it's very, very short-sighted, Madam Speaker. You know, if there's one thing I learned in the time that I've been in this place around health care, it's how significantly competitive we have to be with other jurisdictions. We have a very, very short road between ourselves and healthcare opportunities throughout the United States, throughout Western Canada. If we as a province fail to maintain a competitive place in terms of pay and benefits and conditions of work and respect for healthcare workers, we will lose healthcare workers to other jurisdictions. And it's happened before. It's happened under the last Liberal government. And it took more than a decade. And it took huge injections of funds to undo the problems that created under the last Liberal government, who did this very thing, a reorganization of the healthcare system in this way. So if we, on this side of the House, have apprehensions, we have very good reasons to have apprehensions. If we, on this side of the House, are unable to support this kind of approach to, I hear the member from Shabukto saying that I wouldn't support anything. Well, you know, I think the member from Shabukto should go back and look over the record of myself and this party in the 17 years we've been here, and the times that we have indeed cooperated with the government on any number of initiatives that have resulted in positive change for the people of this province. I'll make him a little reading package. We're going to be here a while, so I'll have time to do that. So, and as he's meeting with people to explain the bill, I can meet with him as well and explain the impact of this bill. So, Mr. Speaker, this may, or Madam Speaker, I'm sorry, I apologize, Madam Speaker. This bill may make good politics in terms of the kind of union bashing, the kind of contributing to the feeding into popular sentiment about big labor and greedy unions. But we need to remember who make up these unions. They're regular men and women who work in our healthcare system, and they perform the vital work of delivering healthcare to people. They're technicians and social workers and people who clean the halls and the washrooms and change the beds and, you know, care for patients. And they need and they have a right to have a voice, first of all, a voice of their choosing, and secondly, a voice that is a collective voice, a place for them to speak collectively. Because without that, they definitely are at the mercy of a government that has no respect and doesn't really understand what it means to provide that frontline patient care, the importance of good morale, the importance of going to work every day and feeling like you're valued. So, Madam Chair, I'm not sure how much more time I have.
From 8:42, so you've got till 9:42.
Pardon me?
You have until 9:42.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. So this is a concern that we have, that this bill will result in an erosion of local input into health care, that it will result in the elimination, the removal of health care services from local communities, that it will throw labor relations and the morale of healthcare workers in our healthcare system into chaos. It already is. That it will result in people leaving the profession and leaving the province, which is not a good thing, and that it doesn't result in the health savings that people would imagine. In fact, it often costs more money to do these things. We've seen quite a few amalgamations and mergers in all kinds of different ways around the province that really have not produced the kind of savings that people anticipated. I mean, I look at HRM, the amalgamation of the municipalities here in Halifax. You know, I doubt very much that there are very many residents, property owners, taxpayers in the HRM that will tell you that that saved much money, not to mention the commercial property owners and the small business community who continue to see their municipal taxes and their assessments just go through the roof. This has not made things more efficient or more affordable. So we're in this situation where the Minister of Finance, he hasn't really been able to give us any documentation, any evidence to support his claims of what savings there will be. Initially, the government campaigned. I tabled earlier today a document, a letter an open letter in the Chronicle Herald back in the election where they said the one board would result in $13 million in savings on an annual basis. They'd be able to invest $13 million. So the Minister of Health, I saw him on television one evening saying that was an oversimplified understanding. That was based on an oversimplified understanding of what a merged health authority into one would look like. And so the next time we heard from the minister in terms of any numbers, he said it would be about $1 million. And then yesterday, I think it was $5 million. We would get $5 million. In the millions. In the millions. In the millions. In the millions. And now we have $5 million. So it's been a bit of a moving target. We know, we've seen other provinces have gone through this. I think most notably Alberta, where they literally have spent millions of dollars. Their system, especially their emergency care system, has been a complete disaster and crisis ever since that process. They, in the province of Alberta, have a new premier, Jim Prentice. And one of the first things he announced, and I think in his leadership bid to become the leader of the Alberta Progressive Conservative Party, he indicated that the one super board in Alberta hadn't worked that well. And it particularly hadn't worked, surprise, surprise, for rural health care. And he now, as Premier, has announced a review of rural health care delivery in Alberta. So all you rural MLAs on the government side, take note.
Order, please. I'd ask that you please direct your comments towards the chair and not towards the other members of the House.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair, I would ask those other members, all of those rural members, to take note of the plan in Alberta by their government to review rural health care and the impact that having one centralized health authority, no doubt in Edmonton or Calgary, Edmonton, I believe, the impact that that has had, because it hasn't been a positive one. And I remember as health minister being at a meeting of health ministers, and the Minister of Health from Alberta at the time, Minister Horn, very thoughtful knowledgeable individual about healthcare delivery in general, was very concerned that what they had initially perceived to be a way to reduce administration had actually resulted in an increase in administration, an administration that was more costly, an administration that spent a great deal of time focusing on reducing access to frontline care, especially in the rural areas. And it was a disaster. So let's hope that this does not happen here, Madam Chair, but I don't have great confidence in how we've started this off. The leader of the opposition says that their party also supported the idea of reducing the number of district health authorities, even though it was Dr. Ham who set the current system up from what the Liberal plan was, the previous 4 regions. They now think that wasn't the best thing to have done, and they are in support of dismantling that system and going to one. And presumably, if my colleague, the leader of the Progressive Conservatives, were in charge, they would do it differently and they'd get it right. Their plan would be to separate out the labor issues from the merger issues and to deal with later. And ironically, I was thinking, Madam Chair, when I saw the bill that was tabled, Bill 1 has an interesting history in this legislature. I think the last Bill 1 that was tabled by the last time the Conservatives were in power was in fact the bill that would take away the right to strike from all healthcare workers in Nova Scotia. And everybody who worked in the healthcare system, everybody who worked in the district health authority. So you may have been somebody who was a maintenance person and you no longer would have the right to strike, or you may have been somebody who worked in one of the cafeterias. You no longer would have the right to strike. And if I remember correctly, when Bill 1 was introduced, that Bill 1 was introduced by this party. That party didn't support it. The premier, who would have been over here in the third party position at the time, was not in support of Bill 1, was not in support of eroding the rights of healthcare workers. Those were back in the days when the premier wanted to project a very different image than the one he wants to project now. When he was here, he wanted to project a very labor-friendly image, I suggest, Madam Chair. And now that he's on that side, he would like to project a very tough on unions image and get on board that kind of 35-year trend of blaming the organizations that represent working people for all of the ills of the world and for being the greedy people in our society. It's interesting how that shift occurs, Madam Chair, in just a few feet, and in such a short period of time. I think that Bill 1 was introduced in the last session that the Conservative government were in power, before that government fell. And it was during a minority government, and the third party, the Liberal Party, held the balance of power at that time. So the Premier was, at that time, on the side of Labour and the health unions, but things certainly have changed in that regard. So I've tried to touch on the three aspects of this bill that I'm concerned about, my caucus is concerned about, I think all Nova Scotians should be concerned about, and that is essentially that while we do need to reduce health administration, it can be done without this kind of disruption and massive reorganization. That what's at the heart of this reorganization is not simply the reduction of top management, that really what will really be the motivation for this massive kind of reorganization is a significant centralization of health services in each of those regional zones, here in Metro, a eroding of local community voices and control, and that the labor relations piece is both financially motivated in the absence of a government that has demonstrated no plans to do anything about the state of the economy except ride on the investments of a previous administration and take advantage of the very conservative politics of union bashing that have been so effective in seeing a growing gap between the rich and the poor and an erosion of the standards of living of many middle-class households and families. And this legislation is part of just continuing that trend and jumping on that bandwagon. So with those few remarks, I think I will take my place, Madam Speaker, and I know I will have an opportunity to discuss this bill in a clause-by-clause basis when the bill returns to the floor of the House after it's been through the law amendments process. You know, I want to say a few things about the law amendments process. We're very lucky here in the province of Nova Scotia that we do have a process where we allow the public, or I shouldn't say we allow the public, where the public have an opportunity to come and make presentations to members of the legislature based on what legislation is going through this House. We have been through two very difficult pieces of labor legislation already. And this legislation, as I said, there's only one part of this legislation that's labor legislation. This legislation has a scope that goes far, far beyond the interests and the concerns of people who are looking at this legislation from the perspective of the rights of workers. We have not seen such a massive reorganization of our healthcare system since Dr. Ham introduced the District Health Authorities Act back in, I would think, I don't know, I didn't have time to check with the Legislative Library, but I think that bill probably was introduced around 2000. and came into effect maybe it was introduced in '99 and came into effect in 2000, but it was introduced quite early in the Ham majority government. So it's been, it's been quite a long time since we've had a piece of legislation with respect to our healthcare system that is so significant. And what is this government doing? They are racing this bill, this really important bill about this really important healthcare system that takes up almost half of the provincial budget, that is the #1 priority and concern for Nova Scotians. They are racing this bill through this legislature into the Law Amendments Committee, where no doubt they will want to limit public opportunity to speak on this bill. They sure don't want to give the public an opportunity to understand the bill. The bill was introduced last night, and we were out of here. We were out of here. We are back here this morning because the government wants to race the most important piece of health care reform that this province has seen for more than a decade. I would suggest, Madam Speaker, that members of the government party will have some explaining to do with respect to why they are so anxious to keep the public from having an opportunity to have their say on this bill. What is it about this bill that is different than any other piece of legislation we do in here that commands this kind of process? I have not heard a good explanation from anybody on the government side with respect to that. And I genuinely would like to know what lies at the heart of trying to prevent the opportunity for Nova Scotians to learn about this bill, to understand what's in this bill, to have input into what's in this bill. What's that all about? This is not only about bad process when it comes to healthcare workers and the health unions that represent them. This is bad process for Nova Scotians more generally. This is really crummy process for people who are concerned about a strong healthcare system. And this is a government that crows and a minister that crows about the consultation he did, this big consultation by invitation, this big consultation by invitation he did in terms of developing this approach. So apparently, they're interested in hearing from Nova Scotians that they invite to hear from, but they're not all that interested in hearing from Nova Scotians once people get a look at the bill and start to understand its implications. They're not really that interested in that. How does that happen? How does that happen? how does it happen that you have a government that says, you know, we really want to hear from people, and then their actions don't demonstrate that there's anything behind those words. Those words are empty. Those words are completely hollow. So, you know, I have a lot of skepticism about this bill. As I said, there are things that I could certainly get behind. Quality care, improving the quality of care, and reducing health administration, streamlining our system. All of those things sound great, but they're not represented in this bill, and that's unfortunate. This is an opportunity that this government has blown. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would move that the question be now put.
Recognize the Government House Leader.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, I would ask that we revisit the notices of motion that were introduced by the members from Queen Shelburne, Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River, and Sackville, Cobequid, and I would ask their resolutions 24, 25, and 26. And with the consent of the House, I would ask that you put the motion that there be notice of motion and passage without debate again to the House for consideration.
Is notice of a motion approved by the House? The motion is passed. The motions are passed. All those in favor? The motion is passed. I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it gives me a great honor to rise in my place today to speak about this Bill number 1, the Health Authorities Act. We're hearing a lot of concern about this bill, how it's been presented in the legislature, and how it's going to pass through this legislature. The bill is of particular interest to me, Madam Speaker, because if I did not have the privilege of sitting in this seat today and standing in my place today, I would be one of the thousands of healthcare workers that this bill would be affecting. I've heard from a lot of the healthcare workers, and I know we all have healthcare workers in our constituency that are concerned about this bill. Not necessarily the bill itself about the administration part, but the part about where the healthcare workers are going to be not given the choice to decide what union represents them. This bill covers a lot of ground, and in my opinion, Madam Speaker, it's too much ground. Why does it need to be that way? If this bill is of such importance, and we could save so much money with the administration of health care, which we campaigned on as well, why do we have to lump two things together? Give both sides of that bill ample time to be discussed and debated in this House so the people can get a good idea of what it actually means, where it's actually going to go, who it's going to affect, how it's going to affect health care, how it's going to make health care better, and how it's going to streamline the process. Not to have the unrest we have out here today and last evening of what's going to happen to these healthcare workers who are going to be put into one bargaining unit or another. Madam Speaker, it sounds like by design the aim of this bill is to get as much done as possible in the quickest time frame with as little examination as possible. It seems like the strategy is to clearly swoop in the early morning hours or late in the night and exhaust the dedicated workers that provide health care in this province who are affected by this legislation and use their majority to push through the legislation that deserves to be aired and discussed in the light of day. Madam Speaker, to me, as a health care worker and as a legislator, that's disrespectful to the workers who will be impacted, and it's disrespectful to those who want a thorough examination of this bill, and it's disrespectful to the democratic process. Madam Speaker, we've all been elected by the democratic process. We know it works. Maybe I'm not happy that we have a majority Liberal government. The people who voted for people on this side and the people over here probably not happy either, but we accept that. That's part of the democratic process. We'll live with that for 4 years, and by the sounds of what we're hearing, maybe 4 years is all we're going to live with that, and we'll be changing again. Healthcare workers will not be afforded this democratic process under this bill. The process to determine who represents them is going to be thrown upon them. And I guess that's why I'm so disappointed that the government refused to support our resolution to split this bill in two, to divide it into two manageable pieces so that everybody, especially healthcare workers, understand how the actions of government will affect them. And Madam Speaker, it'll be interesting to see when this goes to law amendments what the healthcare workers and what the general public has to say about this bill, and to see if it will change the minds of the government on how to approach this bill and how to pass this bill into legislation. We know with a majority government the bill can pass, but if there's a conscience over there at all and it affects so many people in everybody's constituency, healthcare workers, we'll see how that goes. But it doesn't seem like the government wants it that way, Madam Speaker. They prefer to push it through, to use their majority to hide these actions from the people of Nova Scotia, and not allow everybody to see their choices and to use democracy to decide who represents the healthcare workers. Madam Speaker, that to me shows the government doesn't want to hear what people have to say, and they lack the intestinal fortitude to look the workers in the eye and tell them, this is the way it's going to be, this is the way we want it to be, let's do it this way. A government who had the courage of its convictions, who truly believed what they were doing to be right, will be brave enough to look the union members in the eye, not fill the gallery seats meant for public with paid Liberal staffers. If the government had the courage of its convictions, it would allow debate, thorough debate, on all aspects of the bill. Allow us to pass our resolution to split the bill so we could see what both sides are thinking. I think it may be because the bill represents change, a change in the government's direction from where they sat when they sat over here. Because, Madam Speaker, back in 2007, the Premier said legislation removing the right to strike for our hard-working, committed, and professional healthcare workers is not the answer. We see that's different today. What has changed? The change is the side of the government they sit on. Funny now, 7 years later, he thinks removing the right to strike for our hard-working, committed, and professional healthcare workers is the answer and is the only answer. Back in 2007, the Premier believed picking a fight with our healthcare workers is not ensuring that Nova Scotians have access to quality healthcare that they expect each and every one of us here to protect and deliver for them. But today, Madam Speaker, he's got his dukes up, and he's ready to take on every healthcare worker in this province. In the last election campaign, we, the Progressive Conservatives, campaigned on the need to streamline the healthcare system, streamline the administration of health authorities, and we still fully support that, Madam Speaker. We have been focused on results when talking about amalgamating health authorities. We expect the plan to lead to better health outcomes first and foremost. We'd get the money out of the boardrooms and in the emergency rooms and other frontline services where it belongs. Madam Speaker, if we had the money in those frontline services today, the emergency department of the Northside General wouldn't be closed like it's closed. The emergency department in places like the Waterford and Glace Bay, the lab workers who are going to be transferred into other areas because there's shortages of staff, that wouldn't happen if there was more money in the system. So we fully support the administration costs being put back in the frontline system. The problem we have is the healthcare workers are going to be told where they're going to go to bargain from. And Madam Speaker, we heard the health minister say this morning, if you're a teacher and you come into the province as a teacher, you go into the teachers' union. But that's understood when you come to this province that that's where you're going to be. This is not that case. We have workers who are in other unions or other areas of bargaining that have to be put into places that they're not be comfortable with. Maybe that's not the best place for them they think they'll be. Let the democratic process decide that. While we think our plan is better than the Liberal plan, we support the basic idea of decreasing district health authorities and putting that money back into healthcare. Where we differ is the second part of the bill, as we said, the part that incites chaos in the ranks of the healthcare workers, as we see out here yesterday and today. The part the Minister of Health can't make up his mind about. The part that prevents workers on having a say in who represents their interests. Madam Speaker, is that democracy? Is that democracy, or is it a pale imitation of democracy? In a true democracy, a government wouldn't shy away from looking at citizens in the eye and giving it the right to choose. It would not discourage examination of the laws. It would invite its citizens to understand what the government was doing on their behalf. And, Madam Speaker, it doesn't seem like the healthcare workers think that way right now. Madam Speaker, the government is not a year old yet, but it's behaving like it's been years and years, with the arrogance of a government that is tired and lost sight of its objectives, and forgotten the people who elected them in the first place. And, Madam Speaker, from what I'm hearing from the people outside, they haven't forgotten who they've elected. They're not happy with this government right now. They're being told they're going to have to join a bargaining unit that they're not happy with, that they're going to have to deal with people in a bargaining unit that may not represent all their needs, but they're going to be told that that's where they're going. And, Madam Speaker, in a democratic process, that's not how it works. We were elected in a democratic process. People in my constituency elected me to do a job for them, and people who elected them expect them to do the job for them as well, not to be told that they're going to be put into certain situations. So, Madam Speaker, although we agree with the first part of the bill, we're not happy with the second part of the bill. We'd like to have a democratic process decide that, and we'd like to see that bill split in two. So I'm looking forward to this going to law amendments to see what the general public has to say, what the healthcare workers have to say, and hopefully, if there's any conscience on some of these people and realize that democracy works, and that's why we're all here, that they'll go that way and they'll allow this to happen. So, Madam Speaker, it's my pleasure to sit, and thank you very much.
Recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
I want to hear. There we go. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's. I always say it's an honor to stand in the House and talk and debate about bills that are important to Nova Scotians. But I have to say, Madam Speaker, on Bill 1, I'm not. I don't think that I could say the same for this piece of legislation. And I say that, Madam Speaker, because of my experience over the last 11 years speaking on a number of occasions on different pieces of legislation, as opposition member, as a government member, as a Minister of Health, and of course today as an opposition member. I think I bring some insight to the healthcare sector from my background as a paramedic, but also as an MLA. In the 6 years in opposition, many of those years I had the role of health critic, and then of course in government having the opportunity to sit at the table as the Minister of Health. And it's not an easy role, Madam Chair, because you're usually doing a committee of the whole, Madam Speaker. It's not an easy table to sit at. I understand that fully. And I think our leader had indicated in her comments that there are components of this, the essence of what I think the government is trying to do that we agree with. And that was, and that is, the fact that the province, Nova Scotia, has to continue to address health administration costs. That's something that we took very seriously when we came into government in 2009, Madam Speaker. We had, as a province, one of the highest health administration costs in the country. I believe at the time it was only Nunavut and the Yukon, or Northwest Territories, one of the territories, that had a higher health administration cost. And that, I think, is understandably reasonable due to their size and nature of where they're situated in the north. But, Madam Speaker, over those 4 years, we took our responsibility seriously to try to reduce health administration, and we did that. Over the 4 years that we were in government, we were one of the highest. We were below the national average, and that's not just my leader and myself saying that. You can go to CIHI, you can go to the figures that are released by CIHI, and it indicates that Nova Scotia had the best record of reducing health administration costs between 2009 and 2013. We reduced it by over 23%, and we had a savings of about $14 million, Madam Speaker, $14 million. And what we did with those funds, Madam Speaker, was put it back into frontline health care. That's the whole goal. I would hope that's the goal of the current government. I've heard that from the Minister of Health, that we need to reinvest any savings into frontline health. So as a government, Madam Speaker, we invested in things like a children's insulin pump program. It took us a number of years to get to the point where we could introduce new programs under the Department of Health. It was a struggle for a number of years. I know my colleague spent the first majority of our mandate in that seat and had some very difficult files in front of her. I think one of the first real crises that our government faced and my colleague faced was the H1N1 crisis that hit our province. That was a serious healthcare issue that needed to be addressed, Madam Speaker, and so it took us some time to ensure that we were taking the right approach to reducing health administration costs. And the main thing was to not create chaos within the healthcare sector. And I know my colleague mentioned this, but I had a similar conversation as Minister of Health with the Minister from Alberta, Fred Horn, who I see now is no longer the Minister of Health, but was a very competent health minister for Alberta. He was very compassionate, very understanding, and took a leadership role at the table when ministers of health came together. And he knew that we were taking on the responsibility of reducing health administration costs in Nova Scotia. But his advice to me was that do not repeat the mistakes of the Alberta government, of his government. He recognized that it was easy to say initially, oh, we have too many health authorities. Let's get rid of them all. We'll save all kinds of money. He understood once that process started that there was costs and implications of doing that. And I believe Alberta had put aside close to $100 million in a transitional fund to amalgamate to a mega board in Alberta, and well over 50% of that, 50-some, maybe $60 million, Madam Speaker, went not to improving frontline health care, not going towards ensuring residents of Alberta knew what was going on, but it went to severance, to pay people to leave the administration of that government's healthcare sector. In my mind, that's a total waste of funds. Can you imagine what we could do here in Nova Scotia, or what Alberta could have done with an additional $50 million? We know there's a new premier in Alberta now, and they've recognized over the last year or so that, I believe, they realized it was a mistake to take the approach that they did to amalgamating and trying to reduce health administration costs. And I have to say here today, Madam Speaker, that this current Liberal government is taking the same path that other jurisdictions have taken in the past that haven't worked. It costs taxpayers money to reduce and amalgamate and make a super board. And that has been what I've been saying all along. We agree with the fact that we need to reduce health administration costs. That's so important. But the more important part of that, when you go and do that, is not to create chaos. And I have to tell you, Madam Speaker, since almost a year ago, I've heard nothing but negative things coming from the sector about this plan, or, well, supposedly plan, from the current government on this amalgamation. We have a new Deputy Minister of Health who indicated that he apologized, Madam Speaker, to healthcare workers recently in a transition update. He apologized for the upheaval that this is causing them in their work environment. And I think that's unfortunate, Madam Speaker, that the Premier, I asked the Premier today in question period if he agreed with the Deputy Minister about the upheaval that is being caused within the sector. A lot of time and energy is being put and placed on this redistribution of where the boardroom is going to be, where it's going to be situated, how many people are going to sit at the table. And that's the unfortunate thing. As I said earlier, Madam Speaker, I sat at the table of the Minister of Health. I know how the department works, and I know how senior management works. They take on tasks. They're very competent in the minister, the Department of Health, especially the senior management. They're more than willing to implement the government policy of the day. That's their role as government bureaucrats. That's what the senior management role of, say, the Department of Health is to implement government policy. But I know, because of initiatives in the past, that they're giving it their all. They're spending a lot of time and energy trying to focus on how do we amalgamate the district health authorities in our province. And the unfortunate thing is, I know the talent that is around the table currently trying to figure this out, because we were told, and it's very evident to me, that when this promise was made by the Liberal Party prior to them getting into government, that they really didn't think it through fully. They had no actual plan in front of them, even though they had a lot of time. They've been talking about this for a number of years. And now we see we're a year in of the current government. We still don't have no structure in place. Yes, we have I can't remember the term they call, but Ms. Knox, Janet Knox, is going to be the CEO. I don't know if it's pending CEO or whatever it is. She's going to be the CEO, but it's not until April 1st that we'll find out what the makeup is of the board. I mean, that's a year and a half plus after the election that we're going to finally see what the upper management of this mega board is going to look like. But on top of that, Madam Speaker, we learned through the bill briefing from staff, department staff, and from political staff, that then their work is going to be to come up with a vision, come up with the direction of this new super mega board. And then that won't be implemented until April 1st, 2016. I mean, Madam Speaker, that, to me, is a long time. The Liberal government's going to be halfway through their mandate before we even know what the vision and the direction of the new mega board is going to be. And that's unfortunate. That's not right for Nova Scotians to have a government come in, make a significant change to how health care is delivered when it comes to the administration component. And it's an important part of it. And I've said this in previous debates, Madam Speaker, that they're a very easy target. Health administrators, easy target. We don't need them. There's too many. They cost too much. But they're an important part of the healthcare delivery. We hear time and time again, and I've known through initiatives that we initiated as government, that we want those nurses who are trained to be giving care to patients, at the bedside, not sitting in offices trying to figure out HR issues and other health administration issues. That should be taken care of by a health administration team, and we're going to continue to need them. They're an important role, and they play important. They are an important component, and they play an important role in healthcare delivery. Probably just as much as important as that nurse who delivers care, because we need that flow of administration and those services to be able to take place so that frontline health care can continue on to provide care. So we're not going to know the vision of this new health authority until April 2016. And the concern that I brought up for well over a year and a half now were those that I've been advised on what to look out for when you are looking at reducing health administration costs. I referred to CIHI, and any member can go to CIHI and look at the charts and the information that they provide to Nova Scotians and to Canadians about health administration, everything from the cost of prescription drugs to the cost of health administration. And when you look at the data from CIHI, I didn't need to just take Minister Horn's advice. I looked at the data, and you look at jurisdictions like Alberta, you look at jurisdictions like New Brunswick, who went through the process that's currently we're about to go through here in Nova Scotia, and you see a spike in health administration costs. A spike, so that means it costs more. It goes against, I think, what we're trying to do, reduce health care costs. And I think we had the approach in government that was a reasonable approach. considering the implications of making too many changes too quick, and more importantly, making sure that we didn't siphon funds that should be going to health care to a rearrangement or amalgamation of the health authorities. That's the biggest current concern I have, and that's what has made me frustrated, I guess, maybe to say the least, over the last year and a half, because we had a Liberal Party who stood up to Nova Scotians, telling them, vote for us. This is our plan. This is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to achieve if you give us the confidence, your vote, and allow us to sit in the chamber as government. And it was plain and simple in the letters that went out to nurses, for example, open letter to nurses saying that they would respect their collective bargaining and all the rights and benefits that they have achieved so far will be protected. Well, with this bill, Madam Speaker, I don't know if that's still the case. We know that from what we've heard from the interaction with Labour and with the government and those who are involved in the negotiations that it looks like they're trying to run to the bottom of whatever benefits each union has, not allowing union members to keep the benefits that they fought hard for. Madam Speaker, we can't forget, these are thousands of men and women who are working every day in our province. They're working Christmas Day, the holidays, overnight to provide care for you and I, for our loved ones, for our community members that we represent. And they deserve to be treated, I think, in a respectful way. We have a process in our province that have allowed for collective bargaining for decades, and they fought hard for what they have today. And that's why I think we see so many of them last night and today around the province house, is that they feel that those rights and benefits and privileges are in jeopardy. And I would have to say, by reading or understanding the briefing that I was given and some of the language in the bill, that I'm concerned of that too. And that's very hard for a nurse who works in the burn unit, who we heard from under Bill 37 about the situation and environment they work in. It's not an easy thing to do, Madam Speaker. It's not an easy environment to work in. Not everybody can do it. As I know that not everybody can be a paramedic. Not everybody can go and see what I've seen as a medic, and the men and women who are paramedics today in this province, see some really environments that most people would run from, but they're dedicated, they're highly trained, they're committed to providing care. And just like paramedics, the nurses have worked hard to get their rights, to get their benefits. I've said this time and time again when I stand up in my place here in the House, that I love being a paramedic. But when I started in the business in 95, 96, I made $6.50 an hour as a paramedic, worked 84 hours a week, and I loved every minute of it. I wouldn't have changed it for a minute. And I know some of my colleagues worked even longer than that. It's hard to believe that that's 84 hours a week, 168 hours every 2 weeks. Go to work Saturday morning at 8 a.m. and get off Monday morning at 8 a.m. That was one of the shifts. Then I had the next weekend off, so it was okay. But we worked hard as a profession to get to the point where we're at today. Who was your partner? Who was my partner? And my colleague from Hants West, I remember, Madam Speaker, entrenched in me the need to make sure that medics were taken care of, and we needed to support moving that profession along. So that's paramedic profession is what I would consider one of the more newer professions in the province, and we had a lot of ground to make up, and there are some today who still say there's still ground to make up with what they do today and what care they provide. But those other healthcare workers, because I believe that Bill 1 won't affect the paramedics of this province or the dispatchers. They're hired by a third party, Medavie Blue Cross, or Blue Cross now, I believe, Medavie. So this won't affect them. But I'm sure there's medics out there that are quite concerned about this. And it's not just healthcare, it's all healthcare workers. that I think feel the right, that they want to protect what they fought for so long for. And one of the things when I first came into this House in 2003 was there was still a lot of concern and issue around retention of healthcare workers, doctors and nurses especially. Across this province, we had chronic issues in a lot of rural communities especially about recruitment and retention of healthcare workers. And I have to say, over the last number of years when we were in government, we emphasized that. We tried to make a better working environment for these healthcare workers with the introduction of new models of care, better utilizing those health professions and their training and what their capacity is within delivering health care. But over those 4 years we were in government, we increased the number of doctors in the province. There wasn't what I seen in my early days as an elected official, the crisis that seemed to be every other day. We heard about an area of the province that were screaming for healthcare providers. Not to say that we have enough in rural communities, there's still challenges there. And the reason when I came in 2003 that there were so many areas in the province, I think, that were affected by recruitment and retention of healthcare providers was the fact that we had gone through the 90s with a Liberal government that made some dramatic changes to how healthcare is funded, how healthcare providers are treated, and we know that they closed hospital beds, they paid nurses to leave, they rolled back wages. They created an environment that not too many healthcare workers wanted to come and work in, especially if you were a new graduate. We all know there's a financial component after you graduate from university, someone who go on to specialize in healthcare. And they want to not only make a good living, but they want to work in an environment that's respectful and that helps them grow in the profession that they chose to work under. Well, I see those mistakes of the 90s being repeated here in this bill. As our leader said, this definitely, there's a lot in Bill 1 that reminded her of what happened in the 90s. I wasn't here in the 90s when those changes came through, but I know when I ran in 2003, there was a lot of healthcare workers in Lower Sackville and Sackville-Cobequid who supported me 110% because of how they were treated over the last 5-10 years. Well, I have to say, Madam Speaker, I've gotten a lot of correspondence over the last number of days. A lot from healthcare workers within my own community, but healthcare workers from across the province who are voicing their concerns. And many of them are sending emails, writing letters, not only to myself and to my caucus members, but I'm sure the PC caucus, but to government members. Because there's a lot of them. I'll agree with that. There's a lot of them. And there seems to be a constant similarity in some of these emails and some of these letters that I received, Madam Speaker, and how they feel that they were taken advantage of, how they feel they were lied to, how they feel the Liberal Party, by doing this, is not the party they voted for. Many of them are regretting that they voted Liberal, and a lot of people voted Liberal in the last election. And I hope that the members across the way in the government caucus, especially those who don't sit on the front bench, recognize the implications on Bill number 1 and the responsibility for them to their constituent. It's not going to be an easy ride for them. I know, and I respect many of them. I have good conversations with them. It's not an easy thing to bring forward legislation that affects someone's life and then have to try to defend that and try to ensure that to that person who voted for them, maybe, that it was in their best interest. And I think there's a number of responses here from government members who say, well, I'll get back to you and explain what we're doing. And I think late last night, or no, well, it wasn't too late, but 8:30, 9 o'clock last night, I went out and someone came up to me and said, I still haven't heard from my member who said that they would take the time to explain why they were going to support Bill 1. So I hope they recognize the importance of ensuring that they can communicate with their constituents around why this bill is important for them as a healthcare worker, but more importantly, why it's important to bring this piece of legislation in the form and in the manner it is, and how it's going to improve healthcare. The sad thing about all this, Madam Speaker, is that what's happening is that we're losing focus. You know, I have to stand here today to try to talk about a bill that I don't support, instead of talking about things that I think matter to most Nova Scotians. In the 11 years, going on 12 years I've been here, every poll I know, every response you get from the general public, healthcare and healthcare delivery is always the #1 concern for them, always. And what I haven't heard over the last year, will be a year coming up soon, is what the government is going to do to improve healthcare delivery. What are they doing to improve frontline care? I know it was quite the awakening when I was sworn in down the road at the Lieutenant Governor's house as Minister of Health, and then walked up to the Minister's office. I sat down and I realized all the issues in healthcare were all over my table. And I know for months being briefed by different people within the department, trying to educate me more on the concerns and issues within the healthcare sector. Yes, we all know there's a challenge on the costs in healthcare. We see the costs going up all over the country, all over the world, really. Healthcare costs continue to go up. But there are issues in almost every sector that need the attention of the government, that need the attention of the Minister of Health, that need the attention of his senior advisors within the Department of Health. And by bringing this piece of legislation forward, those issues aren't being addressed. I can guarantee it. I was there, I know. If we had an issue in front of us, everybody came to the boardroom and we tried to figure out that issue. And this is a big one. I mean, we have Labour who are very upset, extremely upset at this piece of legislation. And I understand fully that it's difficult as a government to have a balance and have a relationship with Labour to try to make sure that Labour unrests are minimal during your time as government. I believe it was the Premier, if I'm not mistaken, Madam Speaker, that had mentioned something when he was in opposition that I believe over the last few decades or decade there was only 20 years, I think, 3 hospital strikes over that time. And he was talking about legislation around Labour. And he's correct. And under our mandate, there were some challenges, no question. We were challenged with trying to make sure that that relationship between government, between Department of Labour, between Department of Health, and those who work and provide the services, it was challenging. But we worked extremely hard at it to try to come to resolutions, to ensure that Labour felt they were being listened to, that there was good, transparent negotiation, as we move forward through our mandate. And the one thing that you need to continue to remind yourself of is that needs to continue to work. That, in my mind, seeing Bill 21 is the easy way out for the Liberal government. They won't have to worry about, and they mentioned, I think there's 50 collective agreements. That's fine. In other provinces, there's like 800 of them. They still manage to negotiate with those bargaining units, and there's not too many jurisdictions that have taken the step that this government wants to take with amalgamating them down to four different unions. And we've gotten a lot of correspondence, I said, Madam Speaker, and I'm going to just quote from a couple, and then once I'm done, maybe at the end of my speech, I'll make sure it's tabled. So it's tabled, and it's from Kelly Kennedy. And I quote here, "I chose to become a registered nurse because I wanted to help people. I work 12-hour shifts, miss holidays and weekends events with friends and family, and I never complain, as I knew this when choosing my profession. My coworkers have become my second family, and I'm very fortunate to work with an amazing team of professionals and support staff. I'm very disappointed that your majority government clearly doesn't see our value as you plan to create chaos and resentment in our professional lives by forcing us into unions and appointing leadership. Then to play on semantics, indicating it will be a mediator and not the Liberals who strip me of my valuable benefits. We are well educated and far too clever to be swayed by the smoke and mirrors that may work on the public. And I'll refer to that in a little bit. I'll table it. So they feel that they're concerned with the approach the government's taking, Madam Speaker. They know that they want to feel respected, and this does nothing to do that. As I said earlier, a lot of time and energy is being placed on this amalgamation of the Super Board. And one of the reasons, I believe, there's so much time and energy that needs to be placed on this now is because the government didn't really have a plan. They had some vision up there that we're going to amalgamate these district health authorities and we're going to save $13 million, Madam Speaker. It's going to go back into frontline health care. $13 million. Well, we know that that's not the case now. It took the minister a little bit of time to figure out that he oversimplified that number in their platform, that it wasn't $13 million. Can't do it. Can't do it. He said he can't do it. That wasn't the promise. Going to be $13 million savings going right to frontline health care. That's not the case. Now he takes my advice. Now, Madam Speaker. I don't know. I almost turned blue prior to election telling them you should take my advice and not go down this road the way they're going. And I know a couple of months ago the minister said that's not the case. We can't do it right away. There's other things at play, like severance, like people leaving the system that have contracts with the government. And they said at that time, million-ish, I think is what was said. And now, of course, we see yesterday that they're indicating about $5 million that may be saved, minimum, sometime in the future. But the concern I have about that, Madam Speaker, is that there was no plan. So now, those senior management that are within the Department of Health have to come up with a plan for the government, have to figure out how this is going to work. And as I said earlier, that's taking them off issues that have been long-standing in the province. You know, we worked hard on trying to address as many issues as we could when we were in government. I indicated from the $14 million that we saved in health administration costs, I think we reduced VP positions by 18 or 19 over our mandate. Significant, I think. 18, 19 less VP positions in health administration. The next step was, of course, to try to get some of those CEOs to amalgamate. That's where we were going. And I mean, you don't have to take my word for it. I know when Ms. Knox was introduced as the new CEO, she said for years now that she had been working with other CEOs in other districts to make sure that there was the ability to support each other as districts across the province. But one of the things we haven't heard from, and I think it's due to the busyness of this file, is what's going on in long-term care. There's still wait times. They haven't been eliminated unless I missed that news release. I missed that news release. There was a number of commitments made from the previous government around increasing the long-term care beds in the province. If I'm not mistaken, the Premier now, who was opposition leader, said that they would honor those capital projects. We were going to work together too. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. That they would agree with that, but I haven't heard of any addition to long-term care beds and facilities in a year. Continuing care is hugely important, trying to keep people in their own homes. I know our last year in government, we put $21 more million in continuing care, in home care support, so that people can get the support at home. That's where they want to be. They don't want to be in a nursing home. There's not too many. I don't think I've ever met anybody as Minister of Health or as MLA that says, oh, wait, I can't wait to get into a nursing home. I've never met them. Unfortunately, people do end up in long-term care facilities, and there's so many dedicated women and men who work in those facilities, who provide care. Most of the time, it's towards the end of the life care of Nova Scotians. But we haven't heard anything. I haven't seen news releases about more home support for Nova Scotians. In another area, Madam Speaker, that was extremely important to everybody, and I believe the current Minister of Health asked me, I don't know how many questions, on ER closures. We have legislation on the books today that require the government to bring forward an ER accountability report that tells Nova Scotians how often the ERs are closed across the province. It's legislated. It's somewhat overdue. I think maybe tomorrow I'll get a question to the minister, so maybe he'll get me an answer. Where's that report? How many ERs have been closed in the last year in Nova Scotia? And with that accountability report, not only do the government have to say where those ER closures are, but they have to say why they closed. Was it personnel? Was it some other reason? And also what they're going to do to fix it. And, you know, it's no secret. We've talked about this many times as a government and as MLAs in our party, that we recognize emergency rooms and how vital they are in rural communities, and brought forward a change in model of care that is now being looked at across the country. And that's, of course, the CECs that we have throughout Nova Scotia. We have them in communities that, for far too long, continue to have no access to emergency care, that continue to see healthcare workers be sent home because maybe the physician there, who couldn't work 48 hours in a row, had to take some time off, so they just closed it. And at those opportunities, we lost the ability of healthcare providers like nurses and paramedics from being able to provide care that they can, allowing them to work to their full scope of training. And that really was kind of the background of why we needed to look at something to improve that. And of course, we had Dr. Ross, who is a well-respected physician, emergency room physician, not only respected here in Canada, but around the globe, visited every single ER in this province, every single one of them, to try to find out what was the issue, try to hear firsthand, right ground level, what the concerns were in those ERs. And he came back with the Ross report, which really was the framework of how we move forward, how we made the decision to introduce collaborative emergency centers to places like Parsbro, Spring Hill, Tatamagouche, Pugwash, Annapolis Royal, Musquodoboit Harbour, Musquodoboit Valley, and New Waterford, which is a mobile CEC, and supposed to be soon was Lunenburg, which we haven't heard anything from the government of what the delay is. And I'd be interested to see if there has been an increase in emergency room closures in the last year. During our mandate, every year we reduced emergency room closures. Every year, Madam Speaker, they went down. North Sydney, I've been reading recently, is being closed a lot, and there are many reasons for it. And that's why the government needed to continue to work on that file, to try to make sure that people in North Sydney had access to emergency care. There was some kind of solution to their issue. And that's the other part that I'm so against this piece of legislation, is the fact that we're going to lose, I believe, that communities are going to lose the ability to effectively propose changes to how health care is delivered in their community. The Premier told me today nobody calls her CEO of the health authority. Well, I got to tell you, when they don't have anybody in their community to look at, I think they are going to call the CEO. And that's why I said I hope it's a 1-800 number, so people don't have to incur long-distance charges from Parsbro or from Glace Bay or wherever else they're calling from. And the importance of ensuring that they have access to communication and the ability to propose changes is goes right to the model of the CECs. So this is a total change of model of care in emergency room and care that people get. And we didn't come forward with the CEC model and say, here you go, Parisboro, here you go, Spring Hill, Tatamagouche, Pugwash, those other ones. Here's the model, just implement it. Every one of them are different in some capacity because each community's needs are different. I know we're one province and we're less than 1 million people. I've heard that's the reason why they want to amalgamate all the district health authorities. That's fine to say, but we're a diverse province and their needs and communities are different, especially in healthcare. One area of the province may need more nurses. Some may need more paramedics. Some may need more surgeons. Some may need more cardiologists. It's going to be more difficult, I believe, to figure out what the needs of each little community are by having this mega board. And we wouldn't have been able to introduce the CEC model in that manner. It wouldn't have worked in New Waterford. New Waterford's a mobile CEC because the interaction with the local board and the community members recognized a big issue in New Waterford. And that was a lack of transportation sometimes for individuals. And some low-income individuals, single parents, who brought forward their concerns. You know, that one of their concerns was late at night, if I had an emergency, I couldn't get all the kids. I didn't have access to get to the emergency department. I called an ambulance, even if it was a less minor issue. And I remember there's been criticisms over the years that one of the issues why we have crowded ERs is that people go there for everything and anything. And I've said this before, it doesn't matter why they go there. If that individual feels that they have a health concern, that they're concerned with that. They go to what's available to them. And in many communities, it's the ER. That's the only thing that's available, especially after hours. So in a place like New Waterford, we were able to look at and hear from that community that there was a need. So the Mobile Collaborative Emergency Center came to light. And, you know, I understand at first there's some reluctancy to move to a new model of care, but I think it's serving that community well, and it's a model that's being looked at, as I said, across the country. I continue to say, when I was Minister of Health, to the department, I wish we could have patented the CEC model and got revenue and royalties, because we had jurisdiction after jurisdiction coming to Parisboro and Pugwash and Spring Hill to find out what it looked like. How is it working there? And I got to tell you, when you go to Parisboro, small little community, they weren't too sure about this at first. But because there was an ability to have leaders from the community who were on those health authority boards, who were their neighbors, who lived next to them, who had family members that used the same hospital and ER that they did, they were able to convey to them that, listen, we need to give this a try. What we've been doing for decades hasn't been working, hasn't been meeting the needs of those individuals. And because of that connection to that community, I believe from the health boards and from the CEO of that area in Parisboro, Parisboro said, yes, we'll allow our community to try this. We'll be the first in Nova Scotia to have what a collaborative emergency center is. I got to tell you, once I became minister and got up to Parisboro and went in there, they were very proud and always had the offer to make sure that if anybody was asking about collaborative emergency centers, that you brought them to Parisboro. And the one thing they wanted to make sure was that nobody came in and changed what was going on there. And it really shows, I think, a small community like Parisboro that they were willing to accept some change, embrace a new model of care and healthcare. Sounds crazy when we first talked about it. Oh, I don't know. What do you mean? You're going to change who's working here and who do I see? But once they started interacting with the healthcare providers that were there, they realized how dedicated they were, the level of care that they got, and that, you know what? Yeah, this is better run. I remember having an elderly lady tell me, I used to wait 5 to 6 weeks to see a physician. 5 to 6 weeks just for some small ailment, which usually transpired into something more serious because they had a chronic disease, which ended up that they couldn't be seen at their local ER. They ended up going to the regional hospital and sometimes ended up in Halifax, all the way from Parsboro, because they had to wait 5 weeks to get in to see their doctor because they had some breathing problems, and by the time they got in there, they needed a higher level of care. Now they have same-day, next-day service, and they said they wouldn't have it any other way. So it's just one example, I think, of the approach that we took that will be different than what the current government is going to take when it comes to trying to address health administration costs, trying to make sure that people have a voice in local communities. I know initially they said they're going to have one board, and then it kind of morphed into 4 regions, and I would predict within the next few years, we're going to see exactly what was just announced from the Alberta, new Premier of Alberta, and that's a rural health care plan. And the reason for that is because those communities were not being heard. The issues in those small rural, and especially in Alberta, some of them are remote, you can only fly into their communities, weren't being heard by a super mega board. And over the last 2 years, Alberta has kind of reverted back to ensuring that that input is there from communities. So what the heck did they do it in the first place for? Why did they pay $50, $60 million for people to leave the system when that $50 and $60 million could have been spent in rural health care in Alberta? The question here that we can't get from the government is, how much is this going to cost us? The finance minister said in her update, Madam Speaker, that this will cost us money. They finally admitted that. How much? Who knows? All they go back, oh, we're going to save $5 million now. That's this week. That's this week. Million-ish. $5 million. There is a cost here, and we can't get that from the government. How much money is going to be diverted from health care? How come, one of the things we did with the $14 million was, I said earlier, introduce an insulin pump for children, and we increased dental coverage for children in Nova Scotia. Maybe some of that money that's being spent to amalgamate could go to even increasing more the age limit for dental care. Maybe help seniors, get a program that helps seniors for hearing aids. We know that they're struggling every day to try to pay for that. Maybe it should go towards lowering the premiums that our seniors are paying for senior pharmacare. Those are the things that we could use the money that we're going to pay CEOs to leave, that I would have rather seen happen. As I said at the start, I agree with having to reduce health administration. That was something that we were committed to in government. I know the Liberals say they're committed to it, but what you don't want is the chaos. And I see in Bill 1 that that's all they're doing, creating chaos. You have a deputy minister already apologizing to healthcare workers for the upheaval of their working environment. That's in my mind, that's craziness that we have a deputy minister having to apologize to healthcare workers already. And we're not going to see any real true results or a vision for this new mega board until April 1st, 2016. I mean, I can't see any other, I can't believe they're going to waste the time, the energy, and the money to get us to that point. They should have done their work prior to this, Madam Speaker. And I tried, as I said earlier, I tried for months and months to say what other jurisdictions, what their experience was, and how they all seen an increase in health administration costs. But that was on deaf ears. No, we're going to save $13 million. It's $5 million now. It was difficult for us to save $14 million over 4 years. But I can assure you that we did not create chaos within the healthcare sector, that our Minister of Health, our Deputy Minister of Health, did not have to apologize to workers over those 4 years about the upheaval within the sector because we were trying to save health administration costs. It was actually the contrary. CEOs across the district health authorities, board members across the district health authorities, people within the Department of Health, all realized that we needed to do this and save money, and they all came forward with ideas. Every single one of them. There wasn't one district out there that said, no, we don't believe we need to save money. We got, we're going to keep what we're doing. None of them said that. They were all on board. And Ms. Knox mentioned that in her speech after being announced, that she had been working with other districts over the years. There's no walls up between the districts. There are some barriers, but those walls were being taken down, Mr. Speaker, by the previous government. We had Nova Scotians who had choices, if they wanted to, move to other districts to get care. That's why we had published wait times. That's why physicians had access to lists of surgeons and their wait times, so that they could make the best decision possible on referring their patient to a specialist, to a surgeon. My own father was in Bridgewater, I believe, for surgery a couple of years ago. And so there was work being done to take down those walls around districts. We look at the mammography program here in the province. There was one number that you called, and if you lived in Yarmouth, you could call that number and say, well, it's getting close to Christmas, I need my test done. I'll be in Halifax, I'll call and see if there's an opening in Halifax. I've heard that directly from people from Yarmouth who made an appointment in Halifax because they were up here visiting family. This one was Christmas shopping, but was able to gain access to the healthcare services here in Halifax. So this vision that people, you're going to break all these walls down, aren't really there, Madam Speaker. There was a transformation happening within healthcare sector that seeing a better, I think, sharing opportunity between districts, surgeons who were working in multiple areas. And there was still work to be done. I would agree with the minister. But in his office, that's what senior management should be working on. And I remember reading through some of the emails, and I think it was a comment in maybe question period today, that, listen, a nurse can't go across the harbour and work in Dartmouth General. Okay, you could say that, but you also have to ask more questions. Okay, what nurse are you asking to move over to Dartmouth and work in Dartmouth? Is it someone who is an ER nurse, and they need a nurse in the OR over at Dartmouth General? If that's the case, then you might not want the ER nurse. Not that she's any less trained, but she's trained differently. There are differences within the profession of nursing, for example. ER nurses do a different role than OR nurses. And if you've ever been in OR, there are different skill sets there. They're all trained the same, I would agree. They're all nurses, but they bring their own specialty to wherever they're working. And it's not as easy as it's being said, just they're not allowed moving there. Moving nurses from floor to floor. If you have a nurse who's been working in cardiac for decades, and then all of a sudden just move them all of a sudden down to the gynae or another area, I'm not going to say that they can't maneuver, but they may not be as up to what really goes on those floors. So there was ways of addressing that. And it's not telling that nurse from Halifax that they need to belong to the same union as the nurse in Dartmouth. That has nothing to do with their competency. Has nothing to do with their scope of care that they can provide. Has to do with what kind of additional training did they get after they graduated. And that is something that senior staff should be working on. I would agree with that. That we need the mobility part of our healthcare providers, because that was really so that we can utilize them better. We know our population is shrinking in Nova Scotia. It's no secret. And I don't think we could have any targets that would be achievable that are going to address the sheer reduction in population in Nova Scotia. So what we need to do is work smarter. Allow our healthcare workers to be utilized in situation environments that use their full scope of practice and full scope of training. And that was at the essence of collaborative emergency centers. As I said earlier, because if a physician may may have worked 24 hours and then spent 12 hours at the regional hospital looking at patients. They had to take 12 hours off, so they closed the emergency department. You had nurses there, you had paramedics there that are fully trained, that can work on people, that can assess people. That's their whole job, is assessing what the needs are of residents when they come in for an emergency. It's not the physician that meets you at the door when you go to the ER. If you go to the QE2 down the road here, it's a paramedic. Because the paramedic can train and understand what is going on with you and where you need to go then. You go to other hospitals, it's not the doctor that meets you at the door when you walk in, it's the nurse. Because they're trained to understand what's going on and make a decision. And in healthcare, that's what we need. We need decision makers. And if you're trained properly, you can make a decision on what care that person needs. So you go into Parsborough, and they recognize that maybe they're having a stroke. That nurse or that paramedic sitting there who see that person coming in or who assesses that person, they're not yelling for the doctor that might be there. They're calling dispatch saying, can we have the life flight here? Can we get an ambulance here so that we can get that person to a stroke unit so that that patient can have a better outcome as they progress through the healthcare field. So that's what we need is decision makers within healthcare and utilize them to their best of their ability. This piece of legislation doesn't talk about that. All it talks about, as I said earlier, is where you're going to end up. And I got to say, reading through some of the letters, and I haven't forgot, I'll table this before I do it. That's part of their concern, is that they belong to a union that many of them feel represent their values and where they're going. They fought for their benefits package that they have, and they feel it's wrong for government, and you can paint it any way you want. The government's going to make a decision on where they go. Unless they, I think I read in the bill, if the unions, right after the passing of this bill, if the unions don't agree within 7 days of a mutual mediator, then the government will appoint one. So, the likelihood of getting them to agree on that is I'm sure they're going to try. And that's the thing that's frustrating about all this, is that the unions have been trying. They recognize that the new government came in, there was going to be a new direction, that they were going to go forward with this amalgamation, but they wanted to work on seeing if they could come forward with a compromise. And they worked all summer, and some of them feel betrayed, is what I heard and read in many comments. So instead of trying to maximize the use of our healthcare workers, put them in an environment that really compels them to work to their full scope of practice, which I think improves their working environment. When you're working in an environment where you have to do things that really you're not trained to do, other people should be doing it. I think the environment, like collaborative emergency centers, really bring forward the responsibility on those nurses who are evaluating those people who are coming in, those paramedics, and some of the CECs that have paramedics, to make that decision saying, you know what, I'm trusted by our healthcare system to make these important decisions about the health well-being of an individual. And I think in Bill 1, we don't see that. We don't see where it's going to, or how it's going to improve healthcare. We don't see how this is going to be better for the healthcare workers, and there's a fear that there's going to be a race to the bottom and take the smallest package or benefit packages from each union, and that's what is going to be forced down their throats. That's what they're feeling. They're feeling uncertainty, and this does nothing. This bill does nothing. If anything, it hurts morale of the healthcare sector. We heard it through Bill 37 time and time again. I want healthcare workers to be out there worrying about healthcare and trying to figure out, what do I do when that next case comes in if it's a certain ailment? Not, oh geez, am I going to lose some of my benefits? Am I going to get less vacation? Is my pension at risk? My vacation time? Whatever it is. They shouldn't be worrying about that when they're sitting working a shift for 12 hours at the ER or on a floor or in the OR. I don't want that, and I think that's why we feel compelled to ensure that we voice our concerns about this piece of legislation, and that I look forward, and I hope government members listen intently when this gets to law amendments, because I'm sure there'll be a few people coming in giving their opinions about Bill 1, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Pictou East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Providing effective, efficient health care is a foundation of our society. One of the most important things we can do in this chamber is to get health care right. So any piece of legislation impacting health care is of great importance to Nova Scotians, and it's for this reason that I feel compelled to rise from my seat today and offer a few words on Bill 1. Members, without health care workers, we have no health care. We can't lose sight of the fact of how important they are in the process, because they are the process. And as concerns health care, there are really only two questions that a government should be asking. Does it produce health, or does it save money? Those are the two questions that government should be asking every time it considers a change to the health care system. And I worry, Madam Speaker, that with this bill, there's too much going on inside the bill to allow for these two questions to be properly answered. So while it might be possible to look at the first part of the bill dealing with the amalgamation of the health authorities and say that it will save money, the more complex you make the amalgamation, the more difficult it is to say that it will save money with certainty. And I think the minister has experienced that. If you listen to his comments, starting back in the spring, he was asked on the floor of this House, how much would it save? And at that time, he didn't know, and I believe he may have insinuated that it may actually cost money. So back then, wasn't much talk about savings of amalgamation. Now, in the last frantic week, as he's prepared to get this legislation before the floor, we have heard the minister say things like it might save $1 million-ish, which I guess is a technical accounting term for the minister. It may save $5 million. It's not proper gap. But, you know, Madam Speaker, we have to put that in a context of listening to the person that the Premier handpicked to look after the Blue Nose file. When he was asked what something would cost, he said it would cost between $10,000 and $1 million. Between $10,000 and $1 million. And now we hear the minister saying $1 million-ish. I don't know if $1 million-ish is 10,000 or 10 million. Apparently, I don't think the minister knows either. But the fact of the matter is, we can haggle about little details like savings, and the savings will
Order,
only...
please. The member from Pictou East has the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The details of how much will be saved by the amalgamation is only a detail. It will only be borne out in the fullness of time. And, Madam Speaker, my concern today is this plan, this approach, puts not only savings at risk, it puts the entire implementation at risk. So by adding so much into this one bill, the minister has added execution risk. Because when you look at what's going to happen with the amalgamation and you look at the moving parts of this bill, you're going to have managerial change. You're going to have management transition disruption. But the issue is that the minister and this government has now decided to layer another level of complexity over top of those issues, of that disruption. And what they're doing is they're layering possible labor disruption over top of the ordinary transition issues. And that, Madam Speaker, almost encourages labor disruption and encourages chaos. This is a bill that we're seeing the government try to ram through. And the ramming through of this bill in and of itself increases the risk. It increases the risk of labor unrest. And you have to ask, why? What's the rush that we have to put these two significant elements into one bill and try to push it through? So it raises additional questions as to how smoothly the implementation will run. And when you start to ask questions about how the implementation will operate, then you have to go back to where I started, which was the first question. Now you have to question whether or not it produces health. So you put a system into chaos. You can't say with certainty whether there'll be any savings, how much the savings will be. And now you say, is it going to produce health? And that's a shame, Madam Speaker, that they've taken this situation and put everything into chaos such that they can't answer those two questions succinctly. Now, how can a government put a piece of legislation on the floor of this House and not be able to answer those two basic questions succinctly and confidently? Does it produce health? Does it produce health? Don't know. Does it produce savings? Maybe $1 million-ish. It's silly. It's just silly. There's too much in this bill. The bill should be split into two components. Government owes it to the people of the province to split this bill into two parts and evaluate both of them on their merits. Let them both stand up to test of scrutiny. What's the rush? Now, I'm not the only one who's asking what the rush is. Back in 2001, my colleague quoted some stuff that the now government House Leader said back in 2001. And it's so good. I have to share it with you a second time today. I wish you could have some popcorn and settle in to hear this beautiful work of fiction. It's an absolute fairy tale about a savior riding in on a white horse. At that time, the now government House Leader back in 2001 said, not only was it offensive enough for them to arrive here and to see that this government is proposing to take away all of their rights to collective bargaining and giving this cabinet the ability to impose a contract on them, but they came down to the House of Assembly, and they're all taxpayers, they're all Nova Scotians. They figure, oh, we're coming to the chamber of democracy. They walk in, and what do they see? Well, I counted 6 regional policemen. We saw the gates on the sidewalks here, gates all along the sidewalks closed. That was a first to the government House Leader back in 2001. What did we see? I think we saw a heck of a lot more than 6 policemen. In fact, when I looked out the window from the Red Room there just probably an hour and a bit ago, I saw at least 6 policemen trying to arrest a protester, plus the ones in here. Well, the nurses can say that with all the protests that this House of Assembly has seen over the years, they're the one who's scared the most, the nurses. So I'm just so hopeful that I stand here, that some of these members on the government side will stand up and talk because they're so anxious to have their say. Well, I'm having my say. I heard the member from talking about stuff, but I don't know, perhaps some of the members might even be allowed to have their say on this, and we could hear from them what they're thinking. But, Madam Speaker, When you think about the House, the comments from the now government House Leader back then, and you think about his actions over the last day, not allowing people to sit in the gallery to have a look at the government, filling the gallery. We saw him voting down resolutions this morning to recognize the accomplishments of Nova Scotians. We saw him stymie a gentleman had traveled to this House all the way from Port Hawkesbury as an invited guest to hear a speech honoring him in his quest to overcome the trauma of sexual abuse. And then Government House Leader says, no, you can't have your say, member. You're not going to have that speech today. So back then, different story. Today, this is what we see. Perfect example, Madam Speaker, of do as I say, not as I do. It's okay, Madam Speaker, I earned that. Let's ask ourselves, is health being produced outside of this building right now? Is this piece of legislation producing health? What's the rush? What's the rush? For the amalgamation of the health authorities to work, the team that's implementing the amalgamation needs to buy in. And that's the team at all levels, at the management level, at the rank and file level. Doesn't quite look to me like the team is buying in. So by ramming through this one piece of legislation, the minister has managed to increase execution risk, increase the risk that the amalgamation will not be efficient, increase the risk that the amalgamation will not be effective. And that's not what the job of government is to do. The job of government is to make the lives of Nova Scotians better. It's not the job of government to increase turmoil unnecessarily. So the concept of the amalgamation is something that I support. It's a good idea, but I have a real issue with the way it's being taken forward. And I encourage the minister to rethink his plan, or rethink the plan that somebody put in front of him, and try to do it properly, try to do it sequentially, try to do it in a manner that respects the healthcare workers through the process. And the way to respect the healthcare workers through the process is to split this into two bills and look at them separately and sequentially in a proper manner. And it's also the way to get it done properly, to get the amalgamation right. Step one, establish the proper governance. Get the system right. Step two, deal with the labor. When you try to do them both at the same time, we're going to see, I'm worried, Madam Speaker, we're going to see a colossal failure here. And we don't have time for that. We've seen a lot of colossal failures over the time. So, Madam Speaker, this should be two bills. And I ask and I beg and I plead of the government members to listen to Nova Scotians through the law amendments process. Pay the ordinary Nova Scotian citizens that travel to this House to be heard, to give their opinion, pay them just a little more respect than you paying the members on this side. Because what I've seen over the last couple days and what Nova Scotians are seeing is a complete abuse of a majority government. And Nova Scotians are noticing it, and Nova Scotians are not very happy with it. So, when we look at this bill, and I listened to the answers in question period today, and I've read a lot of the media reports, because I've been trying to ask myself, gee, what is the rush? Why is the government trying to push this through? I'm trying to search for an answer for that, and I'm trying to be open-minded about that, to see if it really is in the benefits of Nova Scotia healthcare to rush it through. But when you rush things through, you miss things. When you rush things through, you have unintended consequences. And I think we're already seeing that. We've seen Exhibit A over the last few days with the varying degrees of estimates on savings. But in question period today, we heard the government say that no healthcare worker will receive less under this Liberal plan. No healthcare worker will receive less. Well, Madam Speaker, if nobody receives less, does that imply that somebody receives more? Has that been thought through? Maybe that's why we're having such a struggle with the estimates of savings, because nobody knows. They haven't thought about it. It's rushed through. It's cart before the horse, and that's a shame. That doesn't instill a lot of confidence in me, and I don't think it instills a lot of confidence in even in the members on the government side. I think they're a little confused as to how this is all going to play out. They might have been told not to be confused, but I know they are. So, Madam Speaker, this should be two bills. And I urge the government to think about that, because there is a good idea buried in here. But they're risking turning a good idea into a bad idea. And I just ask them to hopefully have a second thought on that and just listen to that and rethink what they're doing. Because it's not too late to get this right. There's lots of time to get this right. And I have to stand here today and remain optimistic for the sake of Nova Scotia that they will get it right. But I'm not seeing it so far, but I sure hope they do. It's not too late to do this right. It's not too late to do this fairly. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a previous question has been moved. Am I correct in that?
Pardon me?
Previous question has been moved. Am I
Yes.
correct? Thank you. For clarity. Let's say a few words on Bill 1 and its implications to all Nova Scotians. It's, much of the talk today, Madam Speaker, has been around the impact on the labor movement and the workers, and I'll spend some time on that. But this is an interesting bill for no other reason than even if you agreed with its contents, of why the government has pushed this forward with unprecedented hours this early in a session. We've come in relatively early in the fall, and this bill, if we followed the due course of regular hours, that this bill would be passed sometime mid to late next week, and off we go, and that would probably be it. And if there was dilatory motions being made, then I would understand that. But for some reason, unbeknownst to most people in this province, the Premier decided that he has to ramp up the hours to get this bill passed ASAP. And we don't know why. Like, why is it? And that's what I think most Nova Scotians want to know about Bill 1, is why are they in such a hurry to pass a bill that they have a majority? It's going to pass. They've got the majority, and it's going to pass. But it's not even the fact that it's going to pass, that they also want it done using extraordinary time arenas, Madam Speaker. So one has to wonder what is behind the government's want and desire to do this so quickly, to not allow Nova Scotians really a time to reflect and understand this bill and all its complexities. We come in here on a Monday night, which is usually 3 hours, 7 to 10, and the government presents no business, but then yet calls us back the next day at 7 a.m. in the morning, and with no real discussion around who is, where both parties are at it. I suppose I can only speak for our party, and I'm sure that the House Leader and the Leader of the Progressive Conservative Party speak on their behalf very forcefully. But nobody said, like, what's your intention on debate around this bill, and have you caucused it, and what you're going to say, and that question was never asked. So we were confronted with the heavy hammer of hours, and saying, okay, you've got to meet this bar now, and we really don't know why that time frame is there. So we're left wondering, is there an agenda here by the government that we know nothing about? And so with Bill 1, we're very much afraid of maybe we'll get this thing through, and the opposition parties will not be able to ferret out the extra badness that's in this bill. So, that's one point that makes me extremely worried. And I'll probably come back to that later. But, the idea of fixing health care in Nova Scotia is A, not a new idea, and B, for sure, is not an easy task. But yet, we're being told by the government that this is what, pardon the pun, this is what ails the healthcare system, and we can fix it with Bill 1. Well, it doesn't, because for almost a year now, the government has all but ignored all the issues in healthcare while they rush to get this bill in front of us. We're asked to pass this bill again that really is not fully developed until April 1, 16, when the boards are in place and so on. It's still very much in a state of flux, and how we're going to accommodate those changes, what it's going to look like, indeed, where the proverbial head office is going to be. We don't even know where that's going to be. So there's many things out there. Well, the Minister of Health says he can't tell everything. The $1 million-ish man does not tell us anything. That this is, if it wasn't so serious, it would be funny, Mr. Speaker, and I agree. Like, as much as anybody else, I like to have fun with the job, and I don't think we should be too dour and sour with each other all the time. But this is a fact that it's very hard to support this bill when there's so many unknowns in it. And not the least of which is like, if the roles were reversed, and their members are over on this side, and we were over there again, that they would say, what's your hurry? Why are you ramming this bill through? And from time to time, every party that's been in government has used the clock to their advantage and disadvantage. And so we understand that. But this is all of a sudden, after a year, that they've got to come in and get this done, but give us another year and a half before it's fully implemented. So we don't know why this is. But nonetheless, because I'm worried of the unintended consequences when we take control further away from the local areas and the effect it's going to have on local hospitals. And I really call them local hospitals. I'm not talking about regional hospitals. I'm not talking about tertiary care hospitals. I'm talking about local hospitals, the Waterfords, the Pugwashes, the Guysboroughs, North Sydney, Mr. Speaker, but Barrington, those small ones, Mr. Speaker, they're the ones because they have unique issues. Because what's happened, Mr. Speaker, is these hospitals are the most vulnerable. Today is not the day to debate out-migration in this province. I'm sure we'll have another day to do that. But the fact is these hospitals are set up in areas that are becoming depopulated for a variance of reasons. But so they're the ones under the most stress. So if the North Sydney Hospital, North Sydney General, has a hard time having its voice heard 15 miles down the road at the regional hospital in Sydney, how much harder is it going to have their voice heard at Truro or Halifax or wherever? Because we don't know, again, where the epicenter of healthcare is going to be in this province, because this is the hide and go seek method of we don't want to, we either won't tell or don't know. But I've got to say, I've had the pleasure in government and opposition with working with one individual in particular from over on the north side, Norm Connors. I've never asked permission to use his name, but I don't know if he'll mind. Good fella. The member from North Side Westmount knows him well, and he's a good guy and a good community-minded citizen, I must say. I would dare to say he's never voted for my party. But that said, a more dedicated individual for health care in this province would be harder to find, I would say, and I'm looking for my friend to nod to see if he agrees with me, and I think he does. But he is. Norm sat as chair, he sat as a member, and he gave up many of his free time, and always was there to help support the people. Not only did someone like Norm Connors, was he put on that board, did he find himself as the representative of the North Side. Norm took a very large view of his time as just a regular board member, if there's such a thing, just a regular board member, and chair, that he saw through the DHA 8 what it was like to provide services for everybody, and that meant like whether it's Bedeck or Neils Harbor or Inverness or Shettycamp. He understood the complexities of those small local hospitals and what they mean to those centers. And his voice, I would say, is loud and strong. Now, I'm singling out one member, but I just that I had spent a fair amount of time working with this gentleman, and I respect him greatly. And so I understand those things, and I understand why he thought his role was important and why his voice should be heard. And like I said, again, the one thing that amazed me was the ability to cut through and I don't think he ever forgets where he comes from, for sure, but he never ever saw himself as the board member from North Sydney. He saw himself as a board member for District 8 Health Authority. That's what and that his voice may be lost because we don't know who's going to make up this new board. And this, I again haven't talked directly to Mr. Connor, so I'm not putting his name forward in nomination for anything. But I got to say that we are going to lose that, and I'm sure other members can get up in this House and talk better than I can ever do about members on their district health authority and how what time they've given freely to support health care and the idea of what we cherish in this country, and that's our healthcare system. But we don't know. We're now going down the road of and I haven't heard much of this today, like the New Brunswicks and the Albertas, and there's no big pot of gold here to be saved. There's a million-ish, I guess, but we don't know where and when we're going to see that. We're going to see some reductions, and there was a large reduction when we were in power of the executive pay schedule with the reduction of executives, but we don't know what this is going to do, where there is 2 layers, I guess, of management, if you will, or possibly a third, but there's a layer of what we'll call the executive and the vice presidents, but there's a whole other layer of between them and the what I will refer to as the on-the-ground workforce. And so that level in the middle, I don't know what's going to happen to them who really carry a good part of the burden in our healthcare system, and so on. And so what's happened is this is really hard to understand. Not that I agree with this bill in any way, but I understand where the Conservative Party comes from in their desire to split the bill up. I maybe philosophically don't agree with it, but I understand where they're coming from the respective. And if I somewhat agree to this bill, I would see the merit in splitting this bill, because it is really factually two different ideas. One is how do you draw a map and make up these various districts they're going to talk about, or whatever they call them, zones or whatever. And so that's one thing. But on the other side is the whole labor component and how it's broken up. And again, I won't spend too much time talking about exact labor, because I'll come back to that in a little bit. But with that said, there is that group that are probably outside of any bargaining units, but aren't on the executive pay scale, and they live in communities from Argyll to Cape North, and we don't know what's going to happen to them. And what's at the end of the day? Is there going to be major turmoil in their lives? And so we wonder what is going to be the effect of Bill 1 on those group of employees. They have no voice, and even ones with the voice, this government seems to be kind of very aggressively trying to squash that voice. So that's another issue. Now, for a year, this government has, given itself great many amounts of releases and so on about, and even previous to it going into the election, about their super board. Yet we're almost a year into their mandate, and they still haven't kind of put any kind of form. They still have just a very square piece of granite that's really has no shape yet, Mr. Speaker. Yet, while that year transpired, what's happened to the overall wellness of Nova Scotians? Has it improved? I would submit no. What are we looking at? Our health coming for our young people and so on? Has that improved? I would say no. The government has basically sat idly by and let those things slide off the table because their myopic view of what they have to do when it comes to health care. They want this super board, and yet to themselves can't agree on its makeup. I mean, April 1, 16, before it's in place. 2+ years into your mandate before it's in place. I mean, one would have thought when they were putting their election platform together that these things would have been figured out, these things would have been costed, the ideas of all these savings. Remember during the election, all these savings, and now it's, oh, nothing in first year, but there might be something, a million-ish, somewhere, million-ish, you know, ish. I mean, I've, in my almost 17 years in this House, I've heard some dandy words. I remember the last time a Liberal government talked about a million-ish, and the then finance minister was over in the Red Room talking about $1 million surplus on budget day. By the time he got back to this chamber, it was gone, Mr. Speaker. And I often wonder, we used to, when me and my friend that used to sit in his house from Timberley Prospect, I used to say when that finance minister got up, we'd always shout to him and say, Donnie, get the Hoover. There's $1 million in that carpet out there somewhere. So, you know, Mr. Speaker, the million-ish, I mean, it would be funny if it wasn't so cruel, because you know we're just put in here to look after the people's money, and you know, obviously Nova Scotians didn't agree with how we did it, and we've accepted that and we move on from that. But the reality is, Mr. Speaker, is that it's an insult to say that a million-ish. You know, if you don't know the number, say you don't know the number. If there's no number, you don't have a number. But yet they kind of do this circular thing. It's like, you know, if you've ever been to a bingo game where they got those ping pong balls with the numbers in, and they're kind of just floating from the air pressure, and whatever comes out at the end, that's the number they're going to call. So this seems to be what they're doing. Yeah, you know, so this seems to be where we're at with this. It's like tomorrow we'll turn the bingo machine on again and see what number rolls out this time. So we don't know, Mr. Speaker, and so doesn't that scare you? Doesn't that scare everybody that we don't know? You know, they come in and they go on at great lengths about former governments and what it did around the Blue Nose because you didn't know. Well, if they think that there was issues around not knowing what the money was around the Blue Nose, that will pale in comparison. Pale in comparison, Mr. Speaker, to what this realignment, or whatever they call it, is going to do through Bill 1. Because it is, just because you're doing something different doesn't mean it's transformative. Sometimes it's just plain wrong. And the fact of the matter is, it should ring alarm bells to everybody on all sides of this House when you can't give a number except 1 million-ish. I don't even know if that's a word, but you know, but the idea of the minister is charged with many things, and to do with the health of this province, and not just the DHAs. And as mentioned earlier, that you know we've not even come near talking about doing things for our young people to make them healthier, so that primary care is not used as much. Because, you know, a healthy society, we spend less just by virtue of people not going to these places. But yet we hear nothing from this government of how they're going to protect these people and how we're going to make our young people healthier. You know, Speaker, it's really tough when you know, when governments are faced with limited dollars in our economies, and we have to make some choices. But the choices around health care are even that more difficult. But I would contend that spending money on keeping our young people healthy is an investment that's as they say in the vernacular, no-brainer. That you know, if we can keep them healthier, and we would spend less money. If the province was as forceful with the federal government as they are with some of the people that work for them, demanding our due. When you look at dollars given to provinces for health care, there has to be a formula that takes into consideration that it can't be, as an example, $1 per person, if you will. I think, and I know, that what has to be taken into consideration is the age of your population, is that your health care dollars are spent more rapidly, obviously, on an aging population than on a younger population. And that's what we have to do, Mr. Speaker, is to go out and say to the feds, spend our time not fighting with our own, but talking, and if indeed, if it has to be a fight, it's a fight, but one would assume that we have to get the attention of the federal government and saying, look at us, we're a shrinking population, we're an older population, our needs in the healthcare system is much different than Alberta's, who have younger people that don't access as much, but yet I would contend by virtue of an age disparity that they cause an economic disparity here in Nova Scotia because the formula they're using doesn't work for small, aging provinces like ours. And if this government was ever looking for support from other parties in this House, I think that's where they would get it, that they would support our Premier moving forward and in a legitimate way going after the federal government and saying, no, that's not what we need here in Nova Scotia. This idea of $1 health care is equal in Nova Scotia is equal to $1 health care in Alberta. It's just not. And everybody knows that. That's the reality of it. But we haven't heard anything like that, any kind of real leadership from this government around that issue. No, instead, they want to stay with this idea of a panacea, that health care is going to be like, whoa, sunshine and roses after April 1, 2016, because they've reconfigured these boards and there's a handful of executives not around anymore, and that's going to be fine. That everything is okay now. We've gotten rid of the drag. Well, it was my member from Pictou East said they're just going to change titles, and that, to a great extent, that may be it. But I, again, have a bit more confidence if they could have on the front end say how much it would cost. Sitting close to me is a former health minister, and he says he has the scars, but I'm going to give him a mental scar now. I'm going to bring up Corpus Sanchez, but like or dislike Corpus Sanchez.
Remember what it suggested?
What did it suggest? Not to split up the district health authorities, but and that's true. And I think they spilled a million-ish on that one. But the fact is, million-ish.
No, it was a million, wasn't an ish.
It was a million. It wasn't a million-ish. It was a million. But with that, they gave some outcomes, right? Financial outcomes and what it would mean, and whether you agreed with it or not. But this was not a good roadmap, but a roadmap nonetheless that led you somewhere. And philosophically, again, you could agree or disagree, but nonetheless, it wasn't like there was not a lot of issues in there. And so that scared that would give you some idea of where we're all going to go with this. But no, the government here of the day really wants to talk about what we might do. It's like going to build a home without a set of house plans and hope everything comes together. We don't know. It sounds like what they're going to do is build the roof trusses first, and maybe in a couple of weeks we'll get someone to put the basement in. That's what this bill is like. Bill 1. Bill 1 does not give us that clear roadmap. And you know what? I agree with, as I said before, that fixing health care, whether it's Nova Scotia, whether it's British Columbia, whether it's Newfoundland, is not an easy issue. There's no easy way about it. But the only thing that this government has invested in is this idea of a super board. They have not done another significant thing around health care, whether it's long-term care, which is, again, is greatly needed in this province. But they have no strategy for that. The government previous to us started one. We'd hope we followed a little bit further. But there seems to be stopped now. It doesn't seem to be going anywhere. But Bill 1, I'll ask any member of the side, will Bill 1 open one more long-term care bed? No. I mean, they're a million-ish idea what they will do, and they won't even open one more acute care bed. That the million-ish idea is, you know, that they'll say that there's somewhere out there, there's a hidden saving somewhere that just trust us. Well, we've seen many issues that they've done since they're almost a year in office that make us do just the opposite, and that's not to trust them, Mr. Speaker. But let me spend now a few minutes talking about the labor section of this bill, basically Section 81 onward, which is a recipe for a court challenge, to say the least. They've contended that they put four unions by name in the bill. And I wonder what would happen, and this is not uncommon because one of the unions that are named in the bill, Unifor, didn't exist much more than a year ago, and they're an amalgamation of CAW and CEP and some other smaller groups. But nonetheless, what would happen if, let's not say tomorrow, but let's say a year, 2 years from now, that the members of one or the other unions, or both two unions, decide to amalgamate? Are they restricted from amalgamating because of the legislation? There's another fundamental right that's taken away from them. What would happen in a case of a decertification vote? Would that entity doesn't exist as a representative party? So what happens? Are those members forced to stay within there? They're not allowed to decertify because it explicitly says that this group is to be covered by these people whenever they get through the step of mediation and whatever. And so we don't know. That fundamental right's been taken away. I mean, it's in the bill saying what union belongs to. Not just, it's bad enough that the minister has already told everybody his preference, but that it'll now be enshrined in legislation. So one has to wonder, and then maybe at some point in his closing comments, the minister will say that. What's the mechanism there if this bill is, and this bill will carry? How does that happen? Do you put an amendment in to say, but if this happens? Because in the bill it explicitly says, and then I'll not stray too far down that, but it says, it names them and says that one can't represent more than two bargaining, or one bargaining unit. One's got to. You can't have two, but it could happen that way. But I should talk more on the face of the bill and not the substance of the bill, and I apologize, Speaker, but on this. But what's interesting on this, I heard the Premier say this morning that he's doing what the bargaining units wanted. And he's respecting them. I don't agree with that at all, nor do the unions. I mean, whether you want to call it a council of unions or whatever, that's not unheard of. It's not unheard of to do side tables. It's you know, the reality is in a lot of these things when you're what they call rationalizing bargaining units, it's not uncommon. One of the things you want to do is to get go towards a similar expiration date, and that combines collective bargaining to that area, to that time frame. And that's, within collective bargaining, that's what's built around, is time frames. And so had the Premier said, well, okay, let's venture this. I mean, one has to wonder the seriousness of, that the government of the day gave to those people representing those workers of that plight. I mean, wouldn't it be a lot better had they sat down and talked to these in a substantive way to find out what would work? And I think this would work. Another thing that the Premier vehemently denied that it's the British Columbia model. I mean, in a world of size, it's not the British Columbia model, but in essence it is, because the fact that it does the same effect. Now, there was other issues in the New Brunswick case that brought people to the table. Was a multiplicity of employers. But where, if that is an overriding concern for government, then where is the government at when it comes to negotiating such thing as long-term care agreements, which, again, from one end of the province to the other, has a multiplicity of bargaining units and collective agreements, and where does all that end up at? Is that the next volley that the government's going to get into? I know, are they going to, and I doubt very much they will do this, but I mean, if philosophically, if they think this is the right thing to do, is to take what they would perceive as this group would eventually win this pot of workers, so we're going to give it to you anyway. So we're going to put this group of workers here with this union, this group over here with this union, and so on. So if they buy into that, then I'm sure they should buy into card check, that they would just say, you know what, you signed up 50% plus one, then we don't have to have a hearing. You automatically get certified. I don't hear them saying that. But that's philosophically what they're doing with this. And they're trying to have it one way and not the other. So, I mean, if indeed their idea is protecting the majorities, then why not do that? But apparently that doesn't go to their idea of working. This is we're not told in this province what church to go to. We're told even if you're a criminal or an accused criminal, that you're allowed to choose counsel. Here's just ordinary working Nova Scotians that don't have that option, that are being told, this is, if you want to continue to work here, this is what union you have to belong to. It's not a matter of are you in or out of a union, this is what it is. And then, what happens that the employees today, well, let's use Capital Health as an example. If Capital Health wanted to start contracting out laundry and some other services, and maybe the collective agreement they have representing the workers today prevents contracting out. But if they put them in with another collective agreement that doesn't stop contracting out, then you will then those employees who've worked there for years and thought they had the protection of no contracting out lose it by virtue of this legislation. So, in the Premier's words that the unions support this idea, has he asked them about that? Is that what, does he really think that they support the idea of, taking everything, or will he take the hybrid of all the collective agreements and say, what we'll do is we'll give you the best, the greatest hits, if you will, Mr. Speaker. Now, I doubt very much that that's going to happen in my lifetime, but Bill 1 does nothing to do that, to really help or modify that. The workers, particularly the ones here I think in Capital, will see the most disruption by this, and it is very concerning for everyone here. You know, it's interesting, you know, when you look at strikes and so on, very few have happened in the healthcare sector, and the last real long-term nurses strike was not that long, but it was under a Liberal government also, and it's disconcerting when they're out looking for votes, and in an opposition, they're very much a friend of Labour. But when it comes to governing, as it relates to Labour, they certainly govern from the proverbial right. You know, the last time they were in power, we saw the steam bill here, which really disrupted a lot of work on the construction sites, which some will say after, 20 years, that it still causes problems on the work site. And I mean, again, I wasn't here at the time, Mr. Speaker, but this little walkabout outside here last night and again this morning was very mild compared to that time when people were coming actually over the railings here in the gallery. So that was perpetrated by a Liberal government. And so we had the steam bill, and again, like I said, that there's many people who remember that day, who are really saying déjà vu all over again. That this is what they do. There was encapsulating a lot of this stuff around the labor issues is that the government has not really ever, I don't think, seriously sat down with its partners. That's what your labor force is, your partners. Mr. Speaker, you know, we think of in this province, some of the best paying jobs are in healthcare, and they should be because of the work they do. But yet it seems time after time after time, the government wants to lower that bar. And, you know, we often hear about public employees and their remuneration, and people will complain about it. But it's my contention that you lower the bar on what they make, whether it's wages or benefits, and the bar gets lowered for everybody. You raise the bar and it's raised for everybody. It gives people a working wage. There was a time in this country, probably throughout North America, that people could actually live in some sort of decent lifestyle on minimum wage. But minimum wage has been outpaced so dramatically that those ideas of people being able to live of minimum wage is almost non-existent. And a lot of that is to do with not only are they forced to live off of minimum wage, but they're also zero benefits. And these are issues, you know, that really concerns and should concern everybody in this House about the plight of what's proverbially called the working poor. So if we want to go out here and, you know, like I suppose if we went to some of the stories today in the various media outlets and go to the bloggers and all that and the online participants that you know will take this unreal view of what the work these men and women do and their wages and think of that their problem is that the ails of this province would be cured again, that if we just got rid of the unions and so on. Well, you know, that is just such a specious, silly argument that it's just confounding in many ways. The idea that, you know, that that the trade union movement hasn't raised the level of everybody's lifestyle is just wrong. A rising tide floats all boats, Mr. Speaker. But yet this bill will cause more consternation. And what's really interesting, and I don't get this one at all, is why why does the issue of a mediator arbitrator sit with the Minister of Health? Nowhere else is that contemplated in any other province that I'm aware of. That would sit with over at Labour. And I believe that's the spot where it should be. But for some reason, he or she, whoever it will be, they have the final say in who is going to determine, if they come to a bypass, an impasse, excuse me. If they come to an impasse, it's going to be decided by someone appointed by the Minister of Labour, who may or may not have any background in collective bargaining or workplace issues, deciding who goes where and why. So that must be awful frustrating if you're a member of any that work in the healthcare system. And it's another issue that I believe that things, as the other party has said, that this bill should be split in two, and I think it should be just torn in two, but that's a difference of opinion. But yet still, this government is bound and determined that they're going to do this, that they will, unless they see the light of day. They do. They got the majority. We all know this, and it's. I just want to get up and make sure I represent the voice of the people I represent is heard. That this is an issue. This is not going to keep the Waterford Consolidated Hospital open one more hour. This bill will have, I think, just the opposite effect. That the people in the Waterford will see their hospital being downgraded and downgraded and downgraded to the extent that it probably will not even resemble a hospital, because that's where we're going with this, because they've allowed themselves no other room here. They've not talked about other like things they can do to improve health care. They've never said, like, in the context of the old DHA 8, we've had these facilities. How will we utilize them? And someone say there could take all the ambulatory care stuff and put it in the Waterford Consolidated Hospital, so all the patients would know where to go. We just funnel them through there every day. Wherever the Super Board is going to be situated, I don't think they will see that. I think they will just have it will be just a mothership type attitude, and it will be all top down. That there will be no grassroots, there'll be no community health boards. They're all gone. I talked. I hear someone say that's not true, and they certainly the same rights as me to get up and speak. If it's not true, then they have the same rights to get up and speak as I do, Mr. Speaker, as you're well aware. But Mr. Speaker, there'll be no community health boards. They'll be gone. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, I see I struck a chord. But Mr. Speaker, if they're going to be saved, they'll be one of the few things that are saved, Mr. Speaker. But there are people in the communities that don't feel that way, and certainly aren't reassured by Bill 20, or Bill 1, excuse me. There's nothing in Bill 1 that says that they will be saved. It's a wink and a nod, if you will. So, I mean, if they believe that they're going to be saved, well, they're not talking to the same people I'm talking to, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, it's really comes down to, as I started out with this bill, it's an election promise, not a very well thought out promise, but yet they say we have to do it. Like, there's, the iterations of this bill are beyond the pale. That, we're going to do it this way. No, we're going to do it that way. We're going to do it here. We're going to do it there. nobody seems to know, between the Premier and the Minister, they really are like a bad comedy act where neither one knows the other one's lines and they keep tramping on them. But the reality is that any kind of changes in healthcare, no matter how well guided it is, gives the fear of the unknown to many of our healthcare providers and recipients of our healthcare. And that is by itself scary. But when you have Bill 1 that really does nowhere or no how talk about the care and what it's going to do for Nova Scotians and how they're going to access health care any sooner, any better. It's very difficult for anybody to be supportive of this. It's like just, close your eyes and keep your fingers crossed. That this has done nothing to help the Watford Hospital, the hospital in Northside General, whether it's Buchanan Memorial, all these here. We're wondering where their voices is going to be, where and how are their voices going to be heard, and the people that work in them, because they're the ones that can raise the level, and they're the ones that meet these crises every day. We've seen healthcare and its employees have evolved so much in the last 20 years. It's probably unprecedented in just about any other occupation. The way we've seen its changes. Whether it's the idea of nurse practitioners and how they've evolved into our healthcare system, how they become strategic. We would like to build on that, but yet that, even in the context of this bill, the best we can hope for is something that's out there, maybe. There's so many changes that could be done to help healthcare rather than this bill. I mean, there's many problems out there with people accessing primary care, having a family doctor. And that issue's only gotten worse over the last year, and in no way will it get better by Bill 1. For the amount of money that they're going to save is 1 day a year and a bit, and it'll be less than that in a leap year. So the fact is that this is taking us down a road of a lot of more unknowns than knowns. And so we would say, with the extended hours we're into now and so on, that the government is really even leading with its chin, as they would say in boxing, Mr. Speaker, that why are you doing this? Why get back to the theme of why is Bill 1 so important that you can't allow it be scrutinized over a period of time? Why do you have to jam it in a 4-day session, basically Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday? The government would like to have it passed on Friday, So why is it there? Is there something behind the curtain? And so with the whole the whole idea of this bill is that I think I know, we're really worried about this haste around the bill. It's almost as bothersome as the contents of the bill. So, nobody on that side has ever said, okay, we've got to get this bill passed before Friday or Tuesday or Wednesday. We don't understand that. So, when someone doesn't give you an explanation for something, and I'm quite sure, Mr. Speaker, as an individual, if someone says just because I said so, I think you're the type of person that would say, well, no, that's not good enough. that I would like to have this explained to me, and if there's a rational reason why you're a reasonable person, that you would understand that. But we have not been given any kind of rationale around why this bill has to be ramped through in such a fever pitch. You know, they waited a year to introduce it. They've got a year to implement it, a year and a half to implement it, yet they want 2 or 3 days to pass it. I mean, doesn't that make you want to ask a question of what's the hurry? A year to get here, a year and a half to have a board in place, but yet we got to pass the legislation in 3.5 days or less. You know, so tell me, what's the hurry? You know, and as the next bill, you know, we saw a couple of bills introduced today. One on what we would refer to as the fracking bill. Is that going to be the same urgency, or is that what we're going to do every time, you know, that the government, you know, feels there may be opposition out there, but heaven forbid, from the public that wants to get in the gallery, that they'll ram it through and they don't want to have anybody any discourse. I mean, the reality is that's what democracy is about sometimes. It is discourse. But it's very tough when you have a very limited time in which to debate a bill that's of such significance, and the government will say that themselves, that they would see this as their kind of piece of legislation in the showroom window. They ran on it, but not to allow Nova Scotians and their elected representatives have time to speak on it and to vet it in such a way that they get every nuance of it. And so what happens is, in lack of clarity, you end up with a position of either like the Conservatives, who will say, well, our position is we want to split the bill. And then ours, I would contend that, well, we can't support it because, you know, there's so many unknowns in it. And that the support of a unionized Council of Unions, bargaining at one table with over issues like that, and for some reason they find side tables offensive. Well, you know, that's done. If you were to buy a company tomorrow, a large corporation, not everything is done at one table. You would take other groups out to side tables, and then you would bring the agreements together. We just, whether you agree with it or not, there was many side tables in the recent CETA. So, in the recent CETA agreement, you know, there was many tables, and that's the way this goes. I mean, this is not unheard of. I mean, for collective agreements, it's been done successfully with the building trades. The building trades do this all the time. They have what's called a master agreement, and then the contractors, the subs, whatever, the various other trades go out and do sub-agreements. That's, you know, that's not unheard of. So, you know, why would that be so offensive? I mean, it goes to the heart of the matter. Why is that offensive in long term, or in healthcare straight up, but it's not good in long-term care? It seems bizarre that this is what the government seems to want to do now, is say, no, that's not going to be good enough. I mean, I can't speak for those at the table. I'm not there, but again, if they had a common expiry date, then that answers a lot of your questions. I mean, your questions around availability of collective bargaining and a multiplicity. The real issue is getting one over and having another one starting, and so on and so on. But if you had a sake of arguments, a January 1st or an April 1st deadline for all of them, although you might have side tables, you get your desired effect. You have common 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-year agreement, whatever it is, but it begins and ends the same time. And I'm sure that there are people in government that work for government that are well versed that can handle those roles. I mean, it's not something uncommon. Again, they kicked aside the New Brunswick or the British Columbia model, excuse me, and said no, that doesn't work. But what they actually did it there was, how many locals were there in was it 800 and some? Yeah, and they come up with a model that worked for them, and we have far less than that. Certainly, we can make that work. I mean, we have a multiplicity of contracts in long-term care, and that, by and large, works. So I really don't know why the government has chosen the way it has. I don't know, I've said this earlier, in Bill 1, why the government felt its need to name the unions in the body of the bill. I think that may be and could be cumbersome for them at some point. And so if they haven't thought that out, which other parts of the bill haven't they thought out, if that could be a problem? So, you know, Speaker, it's very difficult to stand up. You would hope when health changes come that you can be, they're on a go forward and they make sense to Nova Scotians, and by and large what it does, it gives them better access to primary health care, allows you know, for our youth to have more wellness programs that they're not using our health care services directly, as they're overburdened now because of the large amount of seniors in our province. But Mr. Speaker, it's sad to say that this is a bill that provides many more questions than answers, and probably a million-ish questions, Mr. Speaker. So with that, I will take my place, and thank you very much.
The honourable member for Hants West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll take a few minutes today, an opportunity to speak to Bill 1. As some of you, or maybe all of you in this House may know now, I've been a long-time healthcare worker back a few years ago in a previous life for quite a few years, near 17 of those years as a paramedic. Know a little something about frontline healthcare, spending time on the streets, going into people's homes, what their needs are, how you can help them, how to make life a little bit better. And my honourable friend from a former partner, I might add, from our days back as paramedics, I represent Sackville-Cobequid, alluded to earlier. We worked a little bit together, and it was interesting in those days just exactly how it was. And we were represented by unions as well. We formed a union, and I shouldn't say formed, but got together and became associated in those days with the operating engineers. Hard to believe there was a group of healthcare workers in that day. But of course, through people that we knew and friends and so on like that, that's how that evolves sometimes. And those that are associated with other groups and represent other groups should become part of that. So it was a long road from there to today. You know, a lot of growth took place, a lot of changes. And I think when I look back at that, we were excited about change in those days. Really excited about it, the workers out there were. Because we knew how bad it was in some ways and how good it was in some ways. As the former member who talked about the hours, when I started in Windsor, 1990, I think, 89, 90, I was working 72-hour shifts. That was 3 days nonstop. And then you had a 24-hour shift off, and you went back and you did another 24, and you had a 24-hour shift off, and you went back and you did another 24. And that was before you worked any overtime. And in those days, you talk about wage differences, we did reach $6.50 an hour, as David alluded to, at one point, prior to you know, the formation of EHS and that stuff. That was all good coming on. There were days when you made $8 a call in town and $25 for a trip to Halifax. That was how you made money. That was how you worked, paid by the call. And there were some other scenarios that went around that. There were 52 ambulance operators in the province of Nova Scotia in those days. Not many of them were unionized. Halifax, the VG in those days, was seen as the greatest model because they were actual true called paramedics. They were doing advanced care and all the things that we would work up to be in the years ahead. So, you know, we thought about change. We were excited about that change. Before it was all said and done, EHS had been formed, EMC came along, Medavie Blue Cross, whatever you'd like to call them, and there was a role for them to play, as they do today, managing the people, and we know that government owns the assets and all of that, and that all works well so far. There are some that would look forward to changes there, and perhaps that will happen in the years ahead too. Who knows? But, you know, when I think about our days of being in the union, and I worked as a shop steward and sat around the table, and later on in that same life, as a paramedic, worked in the management side of things, and also sat around the table in negotiations. So, you know, you had a pretty good feel for both sides, and having worked in those days of $8 a call in town and 25 out, you had a real perspective as to where the industry should go or could go. And again, we saw that as pretty good change, and it was a long time coming. And around 1997, some changes were made to healthcare that allowed that to begin its evolution, to take us to where we are today. We had 5 unions, I think, amongst the entire group of around the province that were represented. And we moved to a runoff vote, and that's how it was decided as to how we would end up. Although there were some that probably, you know, weren't real excited about that in the day, it was something that worked, and we lived with that and continued to negotiate and made our agreements with Medavie and with the government as we sat around the table. And again, you know, it doesn't matter who you're represented by. Some days it seems as though, or how good the deal is in the end of the day. We know by votes that take place of those that vote in favor, those that vote against, you know, in negotiations of the numbers of people that truly are satisfied with what they have successfully just negotiated or not. So, you know, and unions certainly played a key role for us as paramedics. There's no question about that, in getting us to a place that we needed to be and to an income level where we were now not working 168 hours every 2 weeks. And it's hard to believe when I think back that we did that. And we did overtime besides. We would take extra shifts in between on the week that was a little bit lighter. And but that was part of life then. That's what you had to do to make a living, you know. You did that, and that was okay, because you met some great people along the way. But, you know, again, we talk about change here to health care, and I want to go back a little bit. When I was first elected, and believe it or not, that was 8 years, 3 months, and 17 days ago to this House. My math's pretty good. I think I'm about on. I could probably almost get to the hour. But anyway, you know, fortunately I've been here that long, and I've enjoyed my time here. I really have. I've met some great people who have come, and some, as we all know, who have gone. And when I came into this place, it gets interesting. When I came into this place, we were on the governing side over there. And I sat as a backbencher for 3 years and performed a variety of different roles, and that was a great learning experience as well. But there were times during that, you know, I guess I want to round this off by saying there were times where we hear people speak in this House about when we were there, when you were there, and it's funny how quickly we forget when we were there, and they were there, and now they're there. There were some times of turmoil all the way along. You know, it wasn't always great days in here. For anyone who remembers back, and certainly prior to my coming here, there were some tough times, and I could probably go as far as '98 with some memories of how that first paramedic strike went. Not well, for anyone who might have been around who recalls it. Those were some tough times around here too. And but in the end, we saw where that took us, to good things. So, you know, 3 years later, it was decided that it was time for a change in this province, and so it be. So the NDP came into power, and we also know that there was great times of turmoil there. It wasn't the easiest 4 or 5 years nearly there either. There was some legislation that went through there that I can think of that also was not the greatest, but yet it got put through. So when we stand here today, and we think about yet another new government, and I spoke about this in the spring a bit, what do people expect of those that they have elected? They expect us to come to this place on their behalf and to do the right thing. Well, the right thing is a very broad term, depending on what that is. In this case, we're looking at a very tough piece of legislation. Now, for those 8 years, 3 months, and 17 days, and former ministers of health will tell you that I have been to them all and said, when are we going to change this district health authority system? Because I believe that we had too many. I worked in that system, and you could see the inequities, you could see the differences across the province from district health authority to district health authority by way of real simple things. I would be in an ambulance in Windsor, in one district health authority, and I would go to transfer a patient maybe to Colchester. It wasn't even the same kind of IV equipment. You had to take it all out and throw it away and start it over. That is totally, I don't know what we're doing. When I think about those things and cost savings, and there are opportunities in that piece of legislation, and there are some that probably we would not refer to as opportunities. But when you think about that, bringing that model of health that we live in today for less than 1 million people under one fold, you need only look back, and I'll go back again, and I'll probably do this more than once, but you'll go back again to the legislation that brought the ambulance system into one. You can get in an ambulance in Sydney, or you can get in it in Yarmouth, and you can open the doors, and the same piece of equipment will be found in the exact same location in that ambulance. There's nothing, that's a good system. And we also know how much that system has, the awards that it's won. It took a long time to get there. It's hard to believe. I would have never thought in the 90s that I would have ever been around in a day where that would have happened, having worked in the environment that we worked in. There was a lot to it, and it was a long time coming. This did not happen overnight. There was a lot to it. And it took time, and it took successive governments. It didn't take one. It took many, and ministers, I don't know how many. And here we are now faced with another challenge of coming under, well, two, I suppose, with the IWK and then the rest of the province. There's an opportunity to create efficiencies. I've heard people talk about, 1 million-ish term was used, 5 million, 13 million. Well, I don't know about any of you, but I do know this. The average people that you talk to on the street, $1 million is a lot of money. And they want those efficiencies. $5 million is more, and 13, whatever those savings are, they expect those savings, and they want to see them reinvested back in frontline health care, so that when they do go to their hospitals, they do get the service that they want. We're people that expect service, in all honesty, in this province and in this country. It's something that we have come to know. In many, many, many years, decades, we have come to know that there are certain services that governments have always provided, or have provided for a long time, that are expected. And they continue to expect those. And I think the majority also expect and understand the cost of doing business. They may not know the finite dollar amounts. They probably don't, in all honesty. But $1 million, they will tell you, $1 million is a great deal of money. It doesn't matter whether you're thinking about students and their debt, people on community services who are struggling to get by, people who are working every day who are struggling to get by. Let's not kid ourselves. Living paycheck to paycheck. That is what we do here in this province, a good part of the country probably. Unfortunately, we are not Alberta, Mr. Speaker. We are not. We'd love to be, I think. Most of us would agree. It would be nice to have a resource that would create that. Perhaps we will at one point. We'll see where it goes. But as this system evolves, healthcare has to evolve. We all know the numbers. We know that it takes up 40+% of our provincial budget, and it continues to grow every year. At budget time, we hear that number go up, and it's incredible to hear it read during the estimates each year. $4 billion+ and growing. We have to find a way. We really have to find a way to manage that budget, and all the other departments too. I've said this before as well. We have to figure that out, and there's an expectation from the people that they really send us here to do that. You wonder why there's changes in government, because they would tell you the last one wasn't successful. They did not agree with the decisions that were made. Well, being in government is all about making decisions. I think everybody in this House knows that. There will be popular decisions, and there will be certainly unpopular decisions, and there will be decisions that you could call even worse than unpopular that we're hearing already. What do they mean going down the road? When you look back at the days when I came in here, and others, there's a few of us left from the 2006 class here, they would say that there were some bad decisions made during Rodney MacDonald's time here. But there were some good ones too. And when we look at the healthcare side of it, there were actually some good ones. The provincial health plan was a good plan. Costly, but a good plan for people that have nothing else. The family pharmacare plan is a good plan. When you look years out, you're realizing, and people are still saying, I don't know that existed. We're still helping people get on that plan and introducing it to them. Fewer and fewer, which is a good thing. But when you look back, that was a good a good thing to do. That was the right thing to do. But it adds to the bill. We all pay for that. It adds to the bill. You know, will there be savings in altering this new healthcare reform, this act? Maybe. It's interesting where we go from 13 to 5 to 1-ish, 1 million-ish. What are the real numbers? I look forward to seeing what the real numbers are. I'd be a lot happier if we knew, you know, where are those savings? Maybe they're, I'm not a financial guy, maybe it's hard to predict what those savings truly are. I know that the budget moves from prediction to prediction by way of a few million or 10 million, and most people couldn't fathom talking about that kind of money, in all honesty, outside of here. Everyday working people, we talk about $10 million like it's $100 maybe some days, or $10. It's a lot to people. A lot to people. We have to start realizing that that's a lot to people. A lot of money, a lot of programs. A lot of programs. So it's going to be about, you know, what will the end look like? It's hard to say. How long will it take to actually put this process in place? You know, we're hearing we've got till April 1st of 2016 is an estimated time. You're going to begin, you know, next spring with starting this process in motion. People will question, you know, where is it? It's not laid out. Maybe you don't know what it is yet. Maybe it's not been drawn up. Maybe it's quasi drawn up or partly drawn up, and maybe it needs a whole lot more input. I don't know. I'm not really sure. You know, when I think about this, here we are again, and I talked about, you know, in the spring following the election, it was really our true first session to be able to come in here and debate some bills and have some time and go through the budget, but talked about the expectation of people, what they expect of us as elected officials. How many of them are we hearing from today? Well, I've heard from quite a few in my constituency on this particular bill. Some I know personally. I'm sure all of you are hearing a bit from your constituents. Will we hear more? No doubt. As the week goes along, we will hear more. As law amendments opens itself up for this debate, there's lots to be learned there. People talk about, well, what are you going to do? Well, let's see. You know, we've got a lot of debate to have yet. We've got committee of the whole and third reading. I'm sure that there will be a lot more debate on this. But it will be very interesting to see what else comes in. We have heard that the unions have come together and made some offers that obviously that have been rejected to this point. I don't know. I can't. I guess we were here last spring and we saw a bit of an uproar around the union a bit again, and here we continue with this one, and not expect it when you're going to do this and you're going to make a huge change. Change automatically creates a fear in people. It doesn't matter what it is. There's a bit of fear there for at least a short period of time. Sometimes change can be a very good thing. We all know that too. Other times it is fearful. People don't know what to expect. You know, people would question maybe out there in the street today of the minister, Mr. Speaker. They might ask, well, what does this really look like? What does this mean? You're telling me I'm not going to lose pensions and benefits and salaries and so on. I read the bill. I'm through it. There's a pretty short part on all of that is there. There's a lot more that needs to be there, I think, to get that people on side, if you will, or their buy-in, or they're thinking of it in a supportive manner. Well, okay, maybe there's something to be done here. Obviously, it's clear that the unions are not happy with the position that has been put forward by government. That's fine. You know, that is their right. Just like we all have a right here through the democratic process. We were elected through a democratic process. That is the people's right. Gave us the right, the honor to stand in this historic chamber and to speak as we're speaking today, as we see fit, as we feel free to do so. They too are asking for an opportunity. Have we considered that? I know that, you know, in the bill it does, and it says we're going to mediate and arbitrate. It doesn't say a lot more than that. So, you know, the questions really are, what does a runoff vote mean? I think back to the days, as I described a few minutes ago, around, you know, the 4 or 5 paramedic unions that were representing ourselves. We went through that process. I know that there were some who weren't happy. I was there. I know it well. But in the end of the day, it was done, and they felt as though they had the right to express themselves and to vote accordingly. We're all happy with the end result? No, they never. You know, we never are. People will always be upset with that, but they'll understand it. And this really is, if you listen to them out there and you talk to them, and maybe some of you have, if you talk to them, this is about their rights, what they feel is their right. And the question, really put, is, are we, in this piece of legislation, taking their right away? Some would argue no. Some might say yes. They certainly would believe that you are, because you're not allowing them to choose. Is it their right to choose? Well, Mr. Speaker, they would believe that it is their right to choose. So let's look at some other examples, really. Every day, we get up and we choose to do what we wish to do, whether it's to go to work or to come in here and speak or to go to a meeting or choose not to, or we choose to move or buy a home or take a job or whatever. That's the freedom we have as Canadians, certainly as Nova Scotians. Now, a friend of mine I work with for a long time, paramedic, he sent me an email the other day. It was interesting. It wasn't really just directed to me. It was just an open note expressing his frustration. And he talked about those rights. Thank you. He talked about those rights and those freedoms to express himself. You know, he states how every November 11th he will go to the cenotaph and he will remember all year long, like many of us do, the importance of how we got where we are today and why we're allowed to stand in this chamber. He will talk about that, did talk about that. And it reminds us, what are those rights? Are we infringing on anybody's rights? They out there, some would agree, yes, you very well are, by not allowing them to choose through the voting process that runoff that could happen. So the real question here is, why not? I don't know what the fear around that is specifically, and you know, maybe the government has a reason. I'm sure they must have a reason. Obviously, I wouldn't say should. They must have a reason for writing the bill the way they have written it and chose not to go down that road. But when we think about those freedoms, is it democratic or is it not? This place is all about democracy. Everything we do in this country is about democracy. That's a great thing. You need only look around other parts of the world, south onward, to know about democracy or the lack thereof. We're very fortunate in this country. Very fortunate. So this has been an interesting piece. Now, it gets even better here because, you know, when you put yourself in my position from an independent perspective, shall we say, I've sat, as I said earlier, on the government side coming in, and I've sat in the third party after being asked to leave the government bench in 2009. And I sat in the official opposition in 2013. Now I'm sitting in a bit of a different spot, aren't I? Well, it's unique too. I think I can say that I've truly sat in every position in this House at this point. Almost, Mr. Speaker, almost every position in this House. But you know, it really doesn't matter, does it, where you sit in this House? If I've learned anything over my 8 years, 3 months, and 17 days, it really doesn't matter where I sit in this House. It's the fact that I'm here. And I have the opportunity to bring forward the concerns of those that have elected me to do so, and to be here on behalf of all Nova Scotians. That is what our job is, in case any of us have forgotten. Or at least I thought that's what the job was. I must say, though, when I was elected, there was no handbook that was given that says, here's how you be an MLA. And I got to tell you, there were days I wish there had been. My God, I've had a few discussions with some around here. Graham Steele just wrote one, I'm told. Well, perhaps I have not read it yet. I haven't turned a page, but perhaps I will, and maybe there's a lesson in that as well. You know? Hard to say. Chris is saying hard to say. Maybe there isn't. But you know, in all seriousness, we have a set of rules in this House we follow. They've been written for years. We've talked about reform in the early days of the sitting, a couple of days ago in this House, and we've talked about reform since I've been here, and I'm sure some of you have been here a lot longer than I. The reform has been talked about, Mr. Speaker, for many years. Now, this legislature is what, 255 years old, thereabouts? We're probably due for a little reform, in all honesty. You know, we've kicked around within, from what I understand, you know, if you read the Howe room, they'll tell all, they'll say this one agrees to that and the other one agrees to this and so on and so forth. Well, you know, I don't know. The spirit of cooperation, if you will, a term that I've heard here many times and scratched my head a bit on, sometimes is rare. We do see it from time to time, but other times it's not. It's not here at all at times. For the life of me, I don't quite understand why, because at the end of the day, we all walk out of here and we're supposed to be doing the right thing, you know, and that is doing the best thing for all Nova Scotians. You know, and you may think, oh, that's a lame speech, that's fine. Well, you can think what you want. It's not the first time you've heard it in here from me. At least I've been consistent on that when I talk about the people that I represent and democracy and the true feelings of the people and what their expectations are. That hasn't changed because I hear it all the time. I listen to my constituents. They come in my office. They want to talk about anything and everything, just like they do when they come into your office, Mr. Speaker, and all the members here. We all have similar problems come in the office, and problems or issues, call them what you'd like, that we do our very best to deal with. And then we come here. We come here. And we do something different, it seems. Some people in this House over the years might argue coming here is the worst part of their job. You know, in all honesty, it's an honor to sit in this chamber, to be elected, to be a member, to have a seat in here. Not many people, when you think about it, have held this honor or will. You're a group of a number of a very small group at the end of the day. You have an opportunity to invoke change here for the better. And we all have different philosophical beliefs, if you will. I don't think sometimes that they're all that different. Again, having been around this chamber most of the way, Mr. Speaker, I would say that the differences are small. We saw the NDP bring themselves to the center, in all honesty, a few years back. That's how they got elected, if anybody wasn't paying attention. You know, there's not a lot of difference. And when we saw them come to government, many would argue they were no different. Matter of fact, they might have been worse in some ways. I've heard that too. But we were all worse in some way once we get there. Right? It doesn't matter who's in government when you come right down to it. You never do everything right. How can you? You shouldn't expect to. It's not what it's about. Tough decisions have to be made, and they have to be made on behalf of the people that you represent. It's a simple thing. I don't know why it's so difficult. But we'll come in and we'll debate it and we'll fight about it if you want, or we'll argue back and forth. And for a group of people that tend to get along, and I have the greatest respect for every member in this House and all those that have come and gone before me, you know, for the job that you're doing here. It's an interesting one. Debate is incredible. Some of the things that you would think would be debated for hours on end go through here in a flash. And other things, you know, I've heard about, I heard the previous speaker talk about quickly ramming a bill through. You know, talking about $1 million. Bills have been put through here very quickly. Some haven't even spoke to or listened to. They've just gone. Is that the right thing? Probably not. Every bill deserves a little bit of debate. If it was worth putting on the floor, it probably should be debated. But we hurry them along. You know, that happens. Some of them are maybe small in nature or don't have great meaning, and they can go through relatively quickly. Maybe some of them are simple amendments. There are reasons some of them do go through pretty quick. When we talk about this piece of legislation going quickly, I'm not sure what quickly is. Part of it, I've heard everyone stand so far and speak in favor of the reform to healthcare district health authorities. Everybody seems to be in favor of that part of it. There's this little piece in there. I think its number was put forward in an amendment by way of maybe Section 80 through 104, Mr. Speaker, and I may be off on my numbers there a little bit, but, you know, that's the key piece. That's where it's all at. And the question is, well, why is it part of the same bill? Do you need to make changes to the labor, bringing the 50 unions into 4 and so on, in the same bill that you're actually going to make changes to the district health authorities? Maybe you do. Maybe it takes care of it all in one foul swoop, if you will, or one large swipe right across the board, and it's done. It'll be difficult to say, because we know it will get done. We have a majority, as has been spoke to many times. We know the bill will pass. It doesn't matter how anyone over here votes, or if they vote. It will get done. That is the mandate that the government has put forward. But I would say this, though, Mr. Speaker. I would hope that when law amendments does start, and it will shortly, as I understand it, that people are listening. You know, they're not just sitting around the chamber over there in the red room, that they're listening to what's being said. Because there will be people that will come in there who will present themselves in a very professional manner, who are very educated, very level, and who will deliver a message about what it means to them. Now, we know what it means in here, or the government has decided to put a bill forward. They know what that means to them. They know why they're doing that. They have a purpose. Fine. They're going to move forward with that. We've had suggestions around potentially doing it separate. Maybe. I'm sure that will come through law amendments. We'll probably hear a lot of that. You know, why are you doing it together? Why don't we separate it out? Why don't we work on this other piece, this labor piece, Mr. Speaker, and see if something can be worked out? Maybe it can. Maybe it can be worked out and still be in there? I don't know. But I'm sure that they're going to be coming in there pleading to have some changes made, to have their opportunity. Now, I understand it. I haven't seen anything in writing, but as I understand it, there have been some things put forward by the unions by way of an association. I think I saw maybe in one media outlet the group of them coming together, and the feeling would be that that obviously doesn't change things a whole lot. Maybe there's some other opportunities not yet been thought of. I can't imagine the situation I saw this morning. You know, each time I come back here, things seem to get a little bit hotter, if you will, Mr. Speaker, by way of, you know, labor issues. Now, we watched this morning the Premier's attempt to leave this very property and get caught up out there and not be able to leave. Like, it was quite a thing to watch. I'm going, I am in Nova Scotia, right? I am still in Canada, right? This is, you know, where I am, reality check. You know, where are we going? What's it coming to? I'm not sure. I'm not sure that any of us are sure. But you know, I think that we come here, when we came here, with the right intentions. People supported us sometimes, you know. People supported the party that we were with, and other times they supported the party that we were with and the individual candidate. We see a lot more of that these days, and I mean, you need only look at some members that are still here. You know, we saw a pretty big Liberal majority on election night, Mr. Speaker, and if there weren't some good members outside of the Liberal Party that were not doing their job, they probably wouldn't be re-elected. So there's more than just party going on in this province. There's all kinds of things going on. There's all kinds of numerous reasons why one gets elected and or re-elected. It's about the work we're doing for the people that have put us here, in our own constituencies. That will be your electoral base. Now, for myself, I forget, someone this morning was asking me how long I'd been here, and I told them 8+ years, hence the reason I figured out exactly how long, right? That's how I got to that. I was nominated in 2005, September 2005. That seems like forever ago. Forever ago. Hard to believe. Over 9 years. Yeah, I'm old. Thanks, Ed. I won that nomination, Mr. Speaker, by 5 votes. There were 4 people vying for this job to run as the Tory candidate in 2006 or whenever the next provincial election might be. I won that by 5 votes. What a great day that was. Not just because I won. There were 700 people signed up to come out. That's democracy, Mr. Speaker. What a fun time. What a fun time. We campaigned all that summer prior to getting membership signed up so people could come out and express their vote. I know, 20 minutes is moving on. I apologize. Anyway, this will come together with a point, I'm sure. Thank you. Mr. Speaker. Some aren't so sure. Oh, usually, though, you know. So from there, you know, 2006, when you talk about democracy, 46 votes separated me and the Liberal candidate. June the 46 votes after the recount was the difference. And you know, each election after that, again in 2009 with the big NDP wave coming into town in the province of Nova Scotia, we gained vote, a few hundred more. And then with the Liberal wave in 2013, we picked up nearly over 2,000 more votes with a record win in Hants West. I don't think that has anything to do with politics, you know, and I guess maybe it plays partly to where I'm standing today in this historical chamber. But I can tell you there's more to it than just, you know, putting your flag up and saying I'm this or I'm that, and running and buying into everything that we as parties, if you will, Mr. Speaker, say this is how it's going to be. Well, as any of you would know, that's really not my philosophy. It just isn't how it goes. Never going to go that way for me. That's fine. That's just me. I'm one of 51. The rest will make their decisions in this House. And that's a good thing. That's democracy. That's the freedom I was talking about. We all have the right. That includes everybody on the street and everybody in Windsor and everybody in Yarmouth and everybody in North Sydney and wherever, all over this province. You have the right to do as you wish. We're free to do that. And we're not all going to like what everybody does, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't matter. We have the right to do it. So this bill, number 1, the Health Authorities Act, 8 years, 3 months, and 17 days, I've been waiting for this bill to speak to it. To speak to this bill and say, it is the right thing to bring this province into one district health authority, in this case two. I can accept that. It's been worth the wait. It really has been worth the wait. I was happy to hear it was coming forward. Am I discouraged with where we are now? There's no question I'm discouraged to see this battle, if you will, this disruption, this uproar. I would certainly love to see something better worked out by way of the Labour side of it. Because I think as a, not only as a Nova Scotian, but as a former union person, and I'm sure there's more than just me in this House, Mr. Speaker, that once upon a time was attached, or maybe still attached to a union. That's okay. That's not a problem. That is also a right that we have, to be part of an organization who wishes to represent us. Do we see things the same? No, we don't. No, we don't. But it's okay. They have a say too. We have to remember that. So I hope as we go through law amendments that we take a few minutes to think about all that. And maybe it won't matter, the minds are likely made up pretty solid. We've been willing to, to tolerate this and to go through the process, and we understand that it is a process. There are many, many, many more important things that one might say. We look at members who struggle with their health. Families, same. How important is it? Ask yourselves the question. Is there a way to get it done successfully? I hope so, because it needs to be done. As I said, I've waited a long time. Through many ministers, I have asked, please, why are we not reforming this healthcare system? Why are we not under one? And we have a model. And that model, believe it or not, is that ambulance system model, EHS, in this province. We came from 52 different operators to one successfully. And it took a number of years. That's okay. No rush. There's a process to go through here, Mr. Speaker. The same thing. We have multiple unions, no different. We have quite a few people, a lot more people, many thousands of people now affected. We weren't that big as paramedics, somewhere maybe around 1,000 or 1,100 at the time, if my numbers are correct. But not near what we're looking at today. But all things must be considered, Mr. Speaker. All things must be considered. And I think in talking to not only the people on the street, but the phone calls that I've received and the emails that I've received and people I know, people who work in healthcare. Now, I'm in a bit of a predicament, I'll tell you this. My sister's in NSNU. I talked to her last night. She says, do the right thing. Thanks, Janet. My wife, former NSNU, not working right now. I often ask myself if that's good or bad. But you can just imagine now, if you will, for a moment. I don't know how many of your spouses are in the healthcare field. Plus, I've worked there for quite a few years. Those of us that have been in the frontline healthcare industry, we know the nurses. A lot of the newer ones that have come along, certainly a lot of the older gals and guys who've been around this business for a long time. We know them. No, experienced, thank you. Not older, experienced, Mr. Speaker. Experienced, I stand corrected. You are correct. You are quite correct. Not older, experienced. Very well experienced. Now, my honourable colleague, my former partner and friend from Sackville, spoke about, I lost my train of thought. Thanks, guys. No, I don't want to talk about that again. Dave spoke about, or pardon me, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member from Sackville-Cobequid spoke about many things and about the different scopes of practice or training levels that the nurses had. And there are a variety. There are LPNs out there who are often looked at as being a little less qualified, if you will. They were not less qualified at all. They were a different scope. And if you think, and you compare some of this to the paramedic levels, and I have to compare it to that because it's what I know. But it's very similar. You had the paramedic level 1, 2, and 3, the 2 now mostly gone. I was one of those old 2s when everything was grandfathered, and then went on to get my 3, my paramedic level 3 ALS, in the years ahead. But nurses are very similar. There's a basic level, and there's extra training that they will do. You know, he talked about working in one division of nursing versus maybe an OR. Well, there are great differences. But you know, that's not unusual because there are also great differences in the scopes of practice that paramedics do. Great differences in those scopes of practice. So it's not like we're forging new ground. It's not like we're going to travel down a new road that we've never been down before. There are opportunities to look back here maybe and say, what worked to get us there? I heard criticisms about previous, albeit some years ago, Liberal government this morning, in this debate. But I can tell you though, if we really think back, for a guy like myself, who was a paramedic, it was the Liberal government of the day, and I want to say Dr. Jim Smith, I believe was the name. Who was the minister? Who was the minister? The minister, Ron Stewart, thank you. And I knew Ron. Yes, the godfather. How could I ever forget that? Dr. Ron Stewart, who I knew, and started this thing for us as paramedics in that time. And it grew, obviously, past the Liberal government, through the Tory government, through the NDP government, and here we are again. Red team's back in. We're all the way around, come full circle, right? Come full circle. And we're still talking about issues that we're having there. But you know what? Life's pretty good. It's not bad. Some would argue. Some would say it's not enough money. Well, we never make enough money for some. Some have gone out west to work. They've done very well. Good friend of mine. Talked to him a couple of weeks ago. First time I've seen him in a couple of months. Still lives at home, lives in Falmouth. Goes to work in Alberta. He's out 2 weeks, home 2 weeks. He makes $700 a day. That's big money. $700 a day. What a shame that we have to go to Alberta, though, to do it and be separated from your family. Isn't that the problem? We want to have good things here in Nova Scotia. We want to grow our province. We want people to come here. We need to give people a reason to come here. When people look at labor disruption, however, whether we like to call it that or we don't, or whatever you want to call it, when we look at things like this, I'm not sure how many people are paying attention. You know, I know people in the healthcare sector are. I think that's very real, and that, in this province, are many, many thousands of people. What does that mean for people that we might be trying to bring in or bring home? My buddy's probably not too anxious to come back to go to work in healthcare right now. Making that kind of money would be the big one. You know, he's enjoying that. He's the ability to do that. Well, that's good for him, and I'm happy for him that he's able to do that. And he's one of a number of paramedics that I've known over the years, Mr. Speaker, that have gone to Ontario. Ontario was the go-to place for a lot of years. And now Alberta, with the boom, if you want to call it a boom once again, they've always been booming there for a number of years. But this new created boom there in Fort Mac and other places has seen an opportunity for paramedics to make big money, big money. And they need to do that because we have a way that we like to live, just like they like to live. We like to have new cars, and we like to have homes, and we like to be able to support our family. And that's just living. That's not extravagant. You look at some of these guys that I spoke to earlier, they're just making it. They're living. They struggle. Unfortunately, there's a lot that are. Where will this end? I don't know, as I've said. This has been an interesting debate, hearing the members speak and going down a number of roads from speedy legislation being passed. I would ask, though, if this bill didn't have the labor piece into it, with hearing what I've heard, most people talking about supporting it, that it would be almost a non-event, if I dare use that language, Mr. Speaker, because it's really just the labor piece here that I'm hearing to be the bigger issue, and others will speak after me, and I guess they will correct me if need be, and I appreciate that. But, you know, I guess, Mr. Speaker, I was only going to speak a couple of minutes here, and I might have passed that couple of minutes, and once you get going, it takes you get on a thought or two, and I didn't prepare any written speeches, Mr. Speaker. I just speak from a little bit of knowledge in the union world and in the healthcare sector. And I would say, you know, it's important that we treat everyone, whether they're healthcare. In this case, it is healthcare. It's about fairness. Because remember when I started this little discussion, Mr. Speaker, in this debate and began taking part, it was about what do people expect of their elected officials. I made this statement in the spring when I stood in this very place, well, maybe just a front row or two ahead, back then a couple of months ago. Mr. Speaker, I made the statement that if you took the politics out of this very historical chamber, you might actually get something done for Nova Scotians. You know? I still believe that today. I've always believed it. I've never been a big P partisan anything. You know? Provincially, unlike municipally, you have to fly under a flag. Well, that's okay. Those are the rules today. One day I may see something different in this province. Probably not in my time. Maybe. But there are other places around the world that do it, and I spoke to that too, that do not fall under any partisan. You know? And it seems to work too. I'm sure they have their issues, though. Be no different. When you're governing and you're trying to put forward policy and legislation and so on, you're going to have issues that are going to come up. We know that. We accept that. That's part of the responsibility. Nothing wrong with that. So, Mr. Speaker, I should close. I've been going quite a while here. But I would say this, that from my perspective, you know, from the people that I know who work in the healthcare field front line, the opportunity is there, whether we might look at it as small, the million-ish dollars, $5 million, $13 million, whatever the savings is, big or small. It must be done, has to be done. It needs to be reinvested back in those people working on the front lines, because they're always going to be there, because they're always going to be needed, Mr. Speaker. There are issues. We're going to continue to have healthcare issues in this province. They're not going away. I, for one, am looking for dialysis. I've asked every government since I've been here, too, for a dialysis unit in my hospital in Windsor. That will never go away. We want that. You'll hear me talk more about that as we go through this session. We heard the member from Inverness talk about CT scan this morning. Question period. You know, it's, there's always that need, and people expect those needs to be met because they have problems with dialysis, traveling, etc., and so on. And I won't get into that now. I could, but that might take me another hour or two. I don't want to take that on the twinning. No, that's another day. But, Mr. Speaker, you know, what we really need to remember here is we have this bill finish up on second reading at some point, probably today, I guess, whenever, make its way to law amendments, that we listen intently to those that are coming in, to hear what they have to say. And not just listen, to really think hard about, is there an opportunity to make a change? Maybe there isn't. Maybe we're bound to that, what's been put forward. Maybe there's no going back now. Maybe the government says, you know, we've made the bed. We're going to lie in it. We're going to finish it out. We're going to see it through. Well, that's okay. They've made that decision. They will accept that, and so on, as I've said. Or maybe they may see an opportunity, something that has yet to be presented. Maybe will be presented through the law amendment process. Who knows? But I look forward to that. See what happens. I'm sure it will be a couple people in at least to speak to this. Maybe a couple hundred. I don't know what the lineup looks like yet. But I'm thinking there's going to be quite a few. But this is about, in my mind, Mr. Speaker, nothing more than fairness. Fairness to all. Fairness to government. Fairness to opposition members. All members in this House. Fairness, more importantly, though, to those working out there and to those living in this province. Doing the right thing is being fair as we possibly can to all Nova Scotians. You have to consider that. So with those very few words, Mr. Speaker, I will take my place.
The honourable member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Certainly a pleasure, delight to hear my colleagues collectively across the floor and opposition members engaged in this particular number one bill, or bill number one, the Health Authorities Act, and the second reading. I just want to dovetail on to some of the comments that the previous speaker talked about. He talked about some of the labor concerns he had, and certainly I want to raise another aspect of this, and my theme here, if I do have a theme, I hope my colleagues are paying attention, but I have a great concern, and I'm sure many residents across Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker, has a concern about the diminishing of district health authorities and the centralization or decision-making process, or some may call this a super board. And to me, I really encouraged by the fact of having a rural voice or that input from the people that are most effective. And we know the makeup of Nova Scotia is a lot of rural communities that, and I'll get into that in more detail as we move on. But my big concern, Mr. Speaker, is that local voice of these district health authorities. And I know personally, I know a number of them, that the MLA and my constituents, those volunteer people that was on them district health, they actually called me at home. They called my office. I had a personal contact with them, and I questioned. I know that they talked about having a CEO and having, I heard it here on the floor most recently, that there hope there'll be a 1-800 number. Well, I can assure you that the Bellevue, the phone directory for the MLA for Queens Shelburne does not have a 1-800 number. It has a simple listing in a phone book that you can get that individual. And if you go to the corner store or to any event in a local community, you have access to that MLA and that individual and I emphasize the word volunteer, that was on these local authorities. So I can see that there is some uneasiness across Nova Scotia as we move, and I want to emphasize again that this sitting government has a majority. And when bills move through the House, Madam Speaker, there is much that can be changed or prevented from change when there is a majority as we're facing now. So we just have to know the realities of what we're facing. And certainly we have an opportunity to voice our concerns as opposition. We're here to hold the governing party accountable, and that's our job, and I take that very seriously. And that's simply what we will be laying out to do. In the next few minutes, Madam Speaker, I want to simply highlight some of the observations. And anyone can appreciate my previous background. I spent a lifetime, in fact, making a livelihood for my family and for myself, observing nature and reaping the benefits of that. If you weren't paying attention, you simply could not survive in my previous occupation. And I have spent a number of hours and minutes in the previous setting of this House, and I have observed. I have observed what's took place on this floor and some of the comments that has followed this particular bill as it entered this chamber. We are facing now the process of second reading, and some of the highlights, Madam Speaker, that I want to point out in this discussion that I have observed. And I have before me, Madam Speaker, an open letter that was tabled here earlier. And I want to bring note to this, an open letter to the Nova Scotia Nurses Union members. And this was tabled today, and I'll table it again. And there's a comment from our Premier, and I'll quote, "We respect and will continue to respect the hard-earned rights in collective agreements." And I'll table that because a number of people who protest, we've seen this building, I don't want to say shut down, but it certainly have its limits. And I have observed that. I have observed the tinted law enforcement vehicles that surrounds or encompasses or are parked in our parking lot. That is different.